violent crime categories tend to be focused. So that's one thing. On the policy front, there's been a lot of movement to the right on criminal justice policy in this country. You have states like Tennessee, Louisiana rolling back a lot of criminal justice reforms, Florida, Texas, even New York, with its bail reform and discovery reforms. You've had a massive sea change in the progressive prosecutor movement. So, from 2014 up through about 2021, you had lots of really, sort of radical progressive prosecutors taking wins in big city DA races. At one point in the country, we had almost 70 million Americans living in jurisdictions with self-described progressive prosecutors. That number has gone down. Los Angeles, right? Nate Hochman beat out George Gascon. You had Chesa Boudin recalled in San Francisco. You had Pamela Price recalled in Oakland. Marilyn Mosby in Baltimore, Maryland was federally indicted and replaced by Ivan Bates, who's taken a much more aggressive approach. Same thing with Chicago, where Kim Foxx chose not to run for re-election, has been replaced by Eileen O'Neill Burke, who...
This guy clearly has Trump derangement syndrome. It is the deployment of the National Guard and Donald Trump winning in 24 that has led to the plummeting crime. What the hell is he talking about? All these facts. Give me a break. I love Trump, and honestly, Mamdani is kind of taking advantage of this too. I hate to put him in the same category as Trump, but I saw Mamdani touting that crime is down since he's become mayor. It's like, bro, what have you done? You kept the same police chief on, number one. Number two, you haven't had time to implement anything. So he's just riding the wave that's been happening for years now. If anybody should get credit, should be Biden for helping us recover quickly from the pandemic, which was stressing people out, causing a lot of problems. But this guy nailed it. It's more about the trends of society, like less drinking, more being online, less riding public transportation. These are the reasons why crime is down. At least violent crime. There's other crime going on. Go Binface, huh? I don't know anything about this Binface guy except that he's shaking things up. I'd like to see our own Count Binface. We had the guy with the boot on his head for a while, but he was a nut job. Binface seems to be more normal. Vermin Supreme, yeah. He's fallen off. He has fallen off. Toothbrushes for everyone? What is that about? I like that slogan. Free toothbrush for everybody. Brush your goddamn teeth. All right. Got some things to look at today. We got Bernie on Majority Report. I'm sure it's just a circle jerk between him and Sam about how amazing progressives are doing. And this is the beginning of the end for the establishment. And we will see Bernie's utopia soon. I don't know what the hell happened to Sam Cedar. I don't know if he ever was sane, but I've always been a Sam Cedar hater. I don't know. I shouldn't say hater. I don't hate him, but I'm not a big fan of these like older comedian types like Jimmy Dore, Sam Cedar, trying to stay relevant by tapping into the edgy politics of the day. Like, I don't know. It just feels weird. It feels like the old guy at the college party kind of thing. Sam's a whiner. Yeah, he's kind of a whiner too. You're right. Like, always crying about the Democrats and telling you who he hates. And it's like, come on, bro. What do you like, man? I feel bad for these audiences that hang around Majority Report, TYT, Hassan. Like, it's just a lot of negativity. There's not a lot of positivity. There's not a lot of fun. It's a lot of doom and gloom. The world's ending. Let's talk about the worst things ever every single day. It's like scrolling through murder videos.
Emma is worse than Sam.
I'll take your word for it. I'm no fan of Emma England either. But yeah, it's like this constant negativity, man. They can't do fun. Yeah, what's up with that? I don't know. it's like misery loves company over there on those channels, and I can't do it. I cannot do it. I need to be positive. I need to be around optimistic people. I need to be around people having fun, man. Like, this is supposed to be fun. I know people don't think like that a lot with politics, but if it isn't fun and people don't feel inspired and they don't feel like they're pushing towards something positive and that there's hope, what's the point, man? Like, I'd rather people invest their time in the arts or music or personal gain, personal improvement, than worry themselves about politics if they just want to sit around and cry about everything and talk about the end of the world. I mean, that's no way to live. He wasn't that bad before Emma and the other crew joined. Wow. I don't know, man. The online space is so cucked. We need massive investments from liberal organizations like Msnow, CNN. I'm talking buku bucks to just build majority reports for libs.
Turn out for what?
Oh my God, Yeller, 26 subs. You're crazy, bro. Thank you for hooking people up. Hell yeah. Let's freaking go. Yeah, let's get, like, we need 10 majority reports chock full of liberals to offset all of these doomers that spend half their time hating on Democrats. Like, come on, bro. What are you doing, man? It's crazy. But I don't really pay these people much attention because they just sad and bum me out. VC need some VC to invest in Live and Learn. There you go. Live and Learn will steer the movement. Oh shit. Yeller hopping over to YouTube to drop 20 gifted memberships. My God. Yeller's going nuts. Poor Kick Chat. You guys are the redheaded stepchild. You get no subs. Thank you, Yeller. Huge. Someone will come along and hook you guys up over there. Don't worry. That is awesome. 46 subs just like that, man. We are balling in here. How's it go? Yeller knows. Yeller knows he knows the dream. He knows we can do this. I was a fan of Majority Report for like 10 years and had to stop. Damn. So am I right that Sam has like had some weird leftward turn, and what caused it? Like what's with all these like legacy liberal content creators shifting further left and hating on the Democrats and crying about them all the time? Like what was that about, man? Oh, Yeller's got you guys over there too. 5 gifted subs on Kick. Yeller is everywhere right now. Hell yeah, let's go. That's amazing. 51 subs, just like that. That is not a small gesture, guys. That is pretty damn cool. It was Bernie radicalizing, and his staff radicalized him too. Sam is the definition of audience captured. Feels like it, right? The problem is people are very sensitive about this. Like, there's not really a lot of room to criticize these guys. They're so powerful because they're big, and there's not a lot of big left content creators, right? There's a handful of them, So I think people are scared, and they just don't even know how to match their energy after such a head start by these channels like Majority Report. Daily Majority Report and IRI Viewer here. You both are super important. Wow, that's interesting, Zach. I mean, I'm not mad at anybody for watching Majority Report. People watch whatever they want. I think it's important to check out all sorts of things. IP broke their brains. Damn. That's crazy.
Bleach blonde, bad built butch body.
Oh,
Bleach blonde, bad built butch body. Baby girl. Bleach blonde, bad built butch body.
What now?
Bleach blonde, bad built butch body. Baby girl. Bad built, bad built body.
bad built.
Bad butch body. Bleach blonde,
Look at
bad
Bernie and
butch
Sam's
body.
faces.
Bad bleach blonde, bad butch body.
Us off popping off.
Oh my God. Yeller is going off. $110.02 super chat. Throwing some love to Ossoff, putting him in the lead.
Ock.
Yeller loves to put him in the lead by 1 point, which I imagine is just what happened. But the other players are coming in.
Now that Hutch got deported to Mexico, who should fill in his spot on Live and Learn? Personally, I say Mr. Mouton. The hair alone is an instant upgrade. Kelly.
Wow. Is that where Hutch went? I have no idea. Herp Derp, thanks for the $5 super chat for AOC. Look at her in the lead now. What's up? What just happened? Oh, Nevis with the 10 gifted kick subs. Hello. Nevis going crazy over there. That's awesome. Thank you, bro. Kick has been popping off, man. We've had big numbers over there lately. Destiny rating has been huge. And teaming up with Mr. Mouton, I think it's good, man. It's great to diversify. I do not like being dependent on any one platform. So happy to see people hanging out and getting subs and subbing and all that on all three of them. They're all unique too. It's so funny. Meta, thank you for the $5 super chat. And Yeller with another $5. I don't know if that went to Ossoff because you stretched his name there. Let me see. I doubt it. Nope, you got ignored. I will add your 500 points, buddy, just for you. Yeah, that's going to put him 1 point ahead. 59898. Wow. The drama. Ossoff. Did too many Fs. Yeah. Too many Fs, but I got you, bro. I love Yeller keeping the competition going with the 1 point advantage for his candidate. He knows how to get you guys to play the game. Hell yeah. To hell with San. Let's hear it for Emma Vigland, straight out of Mother effing Glen Ridge, New Jersey. Wow. Big Emma fan there, huh? It resulted in one of the best Crowder audio clips ever. Oh no, Sam Cedar, what an effing nightmare. Damn. Hutch loves to go on vacation, man. Bless his heart. He must know something I don't know, because I never even think about taking a vacation. I don't know why. He's also in a relationship, so I think you got to mix it up when you're in a relationship. Like, maybe his partner's really into traveling. And, you know, living with somebody, it's probably smart to get out there and do stuff like that once in a while. But I also think it's good to just take a break. Smart. I can't bring myself to do it. I did it once in 2022. I went to Europe for 3 weeks by myself, and I was bored out of my mind and depressed. I saw these young couples in Paris, and I can't talk to anybody. Don't know. I'm not the type to like, let me go out and meet people. Whoa. Not me, man. But lesson learned. Lesson learned. It's too bad you didn't hang out in Paris when you were there. Hang out with whom? That's why I don't travel. I would just get bored. Yeah. If I was in a relationship, I would probably travel. But yeah, by yourself, I don't know. Unless you're in your 20s, I don't really get it. To each their own, though. Lots of people solo travel. Absolutely. White boys in Paris. Yeah. Is Live and Learn happening next week? Because you guys haven't talked about the results in Michigan and Wisconsin primaries. I doubt it. I guess Hutch is on vacation for a while. I don't know. It's usually like a week to week thing. So I honestly don't know when he gets back or what he's doing. So I don't know. I can't tell you. That video in the suggested says how to make 300,000. I want 300,000 much more than a Bernie interview. Maybe we should click on that video. That's the iced coffee hour. It's coming up because I watched Hassan lying on his appearance on their show a year or two ago, where he claims he doesn't know what happens to his money. He just invests a little bit in his retirement savings, a SEP IRA, which is like a 401k for a sole proprietorship, somebody who owns a business. But the max you can do is like 70K. So a year, not a month, a year. And Hassan probably makes like $200,000-$300,000 a month. And they're like, what do you invest in? He's like, I just have my SEP IRA. So it's like, okay, so in January you invest 70,000, and then then you just don't invest anything else. You don't have bonds, nothing. It's like, I'll just keep it in a bank account, spend it on friends and family. It's like bullshit.
Did you see Hassan's cry for Dems to defend him?
Yes, I did. And I'll say this to Hassan, I will gladly defend you against all these attacks as soon as you endorse Wesley Bell, David Crowley, and every other Democrat that has won their primary this election season. So as soon as he posts his support for Wesley Bell and all the other Democrat heroes, I will gladly defend him. Hassan also made a video on his main channel talking about the Hong loss. It's pretty funny. We watched that yesterday. Well, we didn't. We watched his election results come in.
Earn my vote, mend my fence, earn my vote, mend my fay.
Men my fay. Yeah, El Sayed still not abandoning Hassan, by the way. Don't know what's going on there. He thinks he's going to hold on to him. He can if he wants. I think it's a mistake. I think Hassan should be thrown under the bus if you're trying to become the first Muslim senator and you've got the Hassan stink on you. The guy who said America deserved 9/11. Probably not the smartest move, but it's up to El Sayed to do what he wants with his campaign.
What the hell is this Abdul Blues Clues thing?
Dude, that came out way before the primary. I remember watching that saying, this is the cringiest thing in the world. This guy is lame. And people got mad. They were like, dude, come on, it's not that big of a deal, dude. It's just having fun. It's like, that's kind of lame, dude. I'm sorry, but okay. But that's been out for a while. I don't know why it's getting some attention now, but yeah, he did some like Blue's Clue like fake Blue's Clues type of video addressing concerns of mail, like, I don't know, like, let's get Medicare for all. Let's open up your mail. But I mean, this is what it is, man. This is who the people of Michigan chose. That's up to them. For mail-in ballots, I don't know. Abdul's going to pivot soon. The polls have to drop first. Yeah, that's true. Like, you know, the other thing he did was he challenged Mike Rogers to basically a fight. He said, let's play football without the pads and see what's up. And like Mike Rogers is like 63 years old or something. I think he's how old? Let me see how old he is. Like, why are you challenging a senior citizen to a fight, dude? Are you stupid, man? Like, what are you doing? Mike Rogers' age. How old is he? He's 63 years old. Yeah. Like, why are you challenging a 63-year-old to a fight? Are you like, really, bro? Like, oh, wow. Real tough guy there challenging Mike Rogers to a fight. Let me see if I can find it because it was so cringe, man. I hate to bash our Democratic candidate here, but like, he needs to stop this cringe, man. Abdul El Sayed Rogers. I mean, I see a Fox News poll from today showing him down 4 points on Mike Rogers. So Mike Rogers winning by 4 points right now. So yeah, I think time to start moving here, man. Time to start changing things up. Let me see if I can find it where he challenged him to a fight. Yeah. Here it is. This is very cringe, and I would suggest not doing this if you're Abdul El Sayed. He wrote, "Since you're too afraid to debate me," this is to Mike Rogers, his Republican opponent, "how about you hold me accountable on a football field instead? Tackle, no pads like we used to play when we were kids. I'd be happy to show you how much I love football." Basically challenging Mike Rogers to a fight. I mean, come on, dude. The guy, 63-year-old man. Like, really? You're going to fight him? Like, give me a break, bro. Okay, tough guy. Also, what a weird, dumb idea. Like, let's play football with no pads. Like, you're just going to hurt yourself. You would injure yourself. It would be a Pyrrhic victory as you limp off the field in destroying your own shoulder or Achilles heel or something, you know? Like, Abdul is a weightlifter. He's in great shape, supposedly. He could lose some body fat, but hey, man, we all could lose some body fat. We could all could afford to lose some body fat. But he's in great shape. But, I mean, come on. Don't challenge your opponent to a fight. That's stupid. It's really absurd. A lot of coaches don't do it. The Fox poll is on Real Clear Polling. Well, I saw it a moment ago. Let me see. This is what I saw. I just want Abdul to win. I really want him to win. I do not want Mike Rogers to win. And any criticism I'm giving is to try to encourage a better campaign, man, because there's a couple of things he could do to easily win this race. Number one would be to drop Hassan Piker, throw him under the bus, condemn him, say, you know what? I made a mistake and I should never have done anything with that guy. I love America and I'm sad that Hassan doesn't, and I don't want anything to do with him. You'd be able to offset
Didn't
a lot of the
Saeed
attacks.
say football is bad because of toxic masculinity? Dude, how about you mend those fences? They're not gonna fix themselves.
He had some like cringe posts or old YouTube videos from like 2022 to 2024 where he attacked football or something. Yeah. So look at this Fox News poll. Fox News is a serious polling org. You know, put the news org aside, the television channel aside, but the polling org is respected. And they're showing Mike Rogers up 4 points on Abdul El Sayed. I believe it too. Previous polls showed El Sayed down 1% to Mike Rogers. And we know the polls have been overcompensating progressive support for candidates like Abdul El Sayed. The polls were showing him winning by like 17% over Haley Stevens before Election Day a week ago. And he only won by less than 1%. And we saw the same thing with Francesca Hong, where the polls were showing a hell of a lot more support for her, though they were pretty accurate. They showed that she had like 40% of the respondents in the polls support. And that's what she ended up with in the end. Not good, man. Let's see if this is corroborated with other pollsters. Yeah, I think Abdul El Sayed can easily win this race, but he's making it harder on himself for no reason. He's already got those voters that he may be worried about losing if he changes his stance on anything. Like if he kicks us onto the curb, people say, well, he'll lose his supporters. No, I don't think he will. I think they'll understand and he'll gain way more because people are concerned about him. I mean, as stupid as it sounds, that Republican messaging resonates, you know, the Islamophobia, the communism, socialism, he hates America. That stuff, that still resonates. I don't think it hits anywhere near as hard as the economic conditions people are dealing with, but it could depress turnout for sure. These are probably the same polls that predicted Syed to dominate. Want more tweets from him like that? Why? You want more tweets from Abdul El Sayed challenging a 63-year-old man to a fight? Why do you think that's good? I think that's ridiculous. What's bad about Mike Rogers? He's a MAGA stooge. What do you mean? He'll do Trump's bidding. Everything is wrong with Mike Rogers. He's a total puppet for Trump. Guy's a clown, man. He'll continue Trump's carnage of reducing people's food stamps, enabling ICE to terrorize American communities, rip people out of this country who are just helping enrich American businesses and make all of our lives better, continue this stupid war in Iran that's raised our gas prices, and he'll support the ridiculous tariffs that have cost all of us thousands of dollars more for the same exact things and have kept inflation high, and the Federal Reserve can't lower interest rates because of that, which hurts all of us. I mean, this guy will help continue Trump's ridiculous agenda. He would easily vote for a Supreme Court justice that Trump nominates to replace Thomas or Alito, somebody like Emil Beauvais, one of these lunatics, Stephen Miller or something, that'll be there for 40 years. If that's what you want, then this is the wrong place for you, champ. Syed and Hong losing their elections would be disastrous for the DSA and leftist movement. Well, Hong already lost hers. Tweets that show he's not a dork and loves American ways of life like football. All right. Well, I can appreciate that he's trying to show his passion for football, but I think there's better ways to do it besides challenging a 63-year-old man to a fight. But we'll have to agree to disagree on that one. All right, let's watch this first because it's a little short. David Crowley, the guy who beat Hong in his amazing comeback victory, went on Msnow. Looks like he was on NBC as well. I'd rather watch that, honestly. Let's see him on Meet the Press Now. That'll be better.
In battleground Wisconsin, the establishment-backed David Crowley beat Democratic Socialist Francesca Hong. He will face Republican Congressman Tom Tiffany. Joining me now is the Democratic candidate for governor, David Crowley of Wisconsin.
Look at that smile. This guy, people are starting to warm up to him, A lot of people were like, unexciting, generic Democrat, but he's shown that he's got some charisma. He's got some good ideas. He's not a shrinking violet. I mean, this guy seems more fit for the role of governor than Hong. Hong seemed like she was in over her head. She was doing weird, cringe stuff. So far, the only thing cringe I've seen this guy do is talk about how a red bird inspired his decision to get back in the race. Bro's got $1 million in that smile. He's beaming. Look at him. Happy.
Thank you so much for joining me. Congratulations.
That's the other thing is just the joy. I don't know what it is about this guy, but he lights up the room. He just seems like a happy guy. And we could use a lot more joy and happiness around here,
Congratulations on your primary win.
Well, thank you so much for that, and thank you for having me.
Well, we appreciate your being here. Let's dive right into it. So we have heard you and other Democrats talk about the importance of unity in the wake of your win on Tuesday. How do you plan to unify Democrats after so much division, after such a heated primary battle?
Well, We as Democrats, we are a big tent, and our job is to make sure that we can keep as many people under this tent as possible and not try to kick people from up under it. And so with this unity tour, we have been hanging out with all the gubernatorial candidates to make sure that we are going to reach our ultimate goal, which is making sure that we defeat the MAGA extremists in Congressman Tom Tiffany this November. But it's not getting caught up in the divisions and the distractions that he wants to focus on, as well as the Republicans here in this state. It's speaking directly to the issues that matter most to Wisconsinites, tackling the affordability crisis, lowering costs for all of our working families, and making sure that they have access to affordable and accessible child care and health care. And I think as long as we continue to do that, coalesce people along the political spectrum, we'll be able to not only bring Democrats together, but those who are, quite frankly, exhausted by MAGA to vote Democratic this upcoming fall as well.
Him dropping specifics is really smart. You hear a lot of Democrats talking about affordability and the cost of living, but he's going further. He's saying childcare, right? Let's focus on one or two things. Childcare is like a mortgage for a lot of families out there. And for him to say, hey, we want to make childcare more affordable, I think that's smart. Don't be vague.
You had such a narrow margin of victory, as you know, and I guess the question is, how do you win over those voters who voted against you in the primary, not to mention the fact you've got to actually expand turnout amongst independents and more moderate Democrats?
Yeah, I mean, he's got his work cut out for him, too, just like Abdul El-Sayed, who got less than 50% of the votes in his primary. David Crowley only got less than 40, so he's got a lot of people to win over. Now, I think Francesca Hong, to her credit, supporting him helps immensely, just like Haley Stevens, but he's going to have to win over some people. It means he's going to have to change, too. I have the same instructions to him. I don't think he's got anything toxic, though, like El-Sayed, right? El-Sayed has a bit of an uphill battle when it comes to his goal, because he's trying to be the first of something, and that was a very nasty primary, and there was a lot of hurt feelings. Hong and Crowley did not have a nasty primary. Things were almost entirely nice. Right? Like there was very little drama. I don't think she attacked him once. He said some comments like that she wasn't ready for this or something, but it really wasn't harsh at all. But yeah, I think he's got a easier task than El-Sayed, but he's still going to have to win people over. That's for sure.
You know, one of my favorite quotes is by Teddy Roosevelt, and he said, "No one cares what you know until they know how much you care." And I think one thing that we have lost in politics across this country, and definitely here in Wisconsin, is building relationships. We need authentic relationships. For 40, 50 years, Republicans have been sowing the divide between rural, urban, and suburban communities. And now that we're all sharing the same issues, not being able to afford our property taxes or our homes, seeing clinics and hospitals closing in our own backyards, and our public schools not getting enough resources, this is now the opportunity for us to come together. And so we may live in different communities, but we are still one Wisconsin. As long as we focus on the goals and how we can move forward, there's no doubt in my mind that we'll win this election and coalesce people across the political spectrum.
Yeah,
he's got all the talking points ready to go. You know, it's smart. If we make this midterms about a referendum on Trump and all the bad stuff he's done and all the misery and all the problems it's caused people, we win. And I don't see this guy having any problem with making this race about Trump, because there's nothing that anyone can point to attack him, at least so far. And I don't know, he seems kind of like a nerd, so I doubt there is any drama.
Opponent in the primary, Francesca Hong, has said she will support you and campaign and work with you. Do you welcome that? Do you want her to be out on the campaign trail with you?
Oh, absolutely. I think it's extremely important to understand that, me and Francesca, we may not agree on everything, but we do agree on that ultimate goal in defeating MAGA extremists and election denier from occupying our governor's seats. And so we're going to do what we can to make sure that Democrats all across this state and those who don't feel like they have a political home understand what's at stake. And as long as we're able to do that, unify our party, unify the values that we believe here in Wisconsin, there's no doubt in my mind that we'll win this election, but continue to focus on the future of this party.
You've just said you don't agree on everything as it relates to Francesca Hong. She obviously was the more progressive candidate. Can you name one issue where you disagree most with her, one of the biggest issues?
Well, one of the biggest issues that we did have a disagreement on was related to the data centers. She wanted to see a moratorium here in the state of Wisconsin. While I don't believe a moratorium would actually work, because you can't place a moratorium on buildings that are currently here. This is about how do we protect ourselves from the current infrastructure as it relates to our water, our air, and our land. And so we can do all those things while also not preempting communities that have done their due diligence to allow for different types of economic development investments.
You're calling for guardrails on data centers. What do you say to supporters of Francesca Hong who want that moratorium? They feel like guardrails don't go far enough.
Well, the thing is that the moratorium doesn't focus on what we currently have here. It's only focusing on the possibility of data centers that will come in the future. And so for me, it's about how do we protect our land, our water, our most precious resources today. We shouldn't allow data centers to extract our resources. We should be looking at how do we extract as much as possible from these data centers. And so with these guardrails being in place by working with the state legislature and making sure that we protect our communities, that helps with those future data centers at the exact same time. And so it's about building those relationships, understanding the policy, and moving forward after that.
I'm sorry, does he know what a moratorium means, or is he deliberately trying to confuse those who don't have the vocabulary?
I don't know. Maybe he meant like the expansion of existing data centers, and they're here and they need to grow. I think this is a missed opportunity. There's a lot of anti-data center sentiment out there, whether it's earned, rational, or whatever. A lot of people are looking at data centers as boogeymen. I think that's because these companies were running roughshod over everybody in a race to be the first to try to up their resources, and everybody's doesn't want to get left behind, and they trampled on local communities, and people have valid concerns about that, whether it's rising energy bills, which I don't think are directly related to the data centers from what I've read. It's mostly upgrading infrastructure due to climate change. But you can't deny people how they feel. And if they think it's the data centers, then it's the data centers. So to me, it's a missed opportunity to not tap into that rage. I think he's being just a bit, trying to be a little more diplomatic in finding a middle ground between the business community and the locals, but I don't know if it's going to go over well. I'd have to read why he's doing this, why he's taking this. Maybe Wisconsin is on the verge of seeing some huge investment in data centers, and they don't want to miss out on those jobs and the revenue and, just being left behind. I doubt there's a whole lot going on in Wisconsin like a lot of other Midwest states, and this might be a business opportunity. I don't know.
Pete Buttigieg. He is quad kiting for Democrats in Indiana with 8, then in Nevada he campaigning in for assembly members in that state legislation. Down ticket for gardening. Win the era.
Down ticket for gardening? You have to explain that one, Roku. He was also headlining the Michigan Unite the Ticket rally the Friday after El Sayed won. That was fun. That was cool, right? Like, here's the guy who beat Bernie Sanders being cheered by all these progressives and further left people. Pete is showing that you can be a moderate, you can be the establishment and still get people fired up. Thank you, Roku, for the $20 super chat. Pete in 4th place right now, buddy. And yes, that emote is still in the works. It's just taking a bit longer. It's all on me. It's my fault, but we're working on it. Awesome. Feel like the same line of thinking could apply to other boogeymen. Like, I don't know about tapping into the rage people on the right have towards immigrants. I agree, but you know, you gotta ride the wave, man. You can't deny people what they're feeling. Otherwise you lose. It's like Trump trying to tell people the economy's doing great and prices are down. And people are like, what are you talking about, man? You're full of shit. So right now, data centers are the big bad boogeyman, and every Democrat should be tapping into that one way or another in order to take advantage of that.
Bad built butch body.
Oh my.
Bad built butch
Hello.
body. Baby girl. Bleach blonde. Bad built butch body. Bleach blonde. Bad built butch body. Baby girl. Bad built bad built body. Bad butch bad butch body. Bleach blonde. Bad butch body. Bad bleach blonde. Bad butch body.
Mark Kelly.
Wow.
Och.
Oh my God, it's a slugfest. Yeller with $134 super chat, boosting Mark Kelly to the top. But just for a moment, it's kind of like Hong on election night, where she was in the lead by 300 votes for about 15 minutes. And then Crowley took it right back because Herp Derp with the $5 super chat for Och. AOC in 1st place. Look at that. And with the blink of an eye, John Ossoff drops from 1st to 3rd place. Damn. Things change on the board very quickly around here. AOC getting a lot of press. First for her announcement, she's freezing her eggs. And that cute video, don't be weird. That was funny. Good for her. She's got a knack for creating fun clips. I love that she streams live on Instagram too. That's really smart. I wish more politicians would do that. I know Chris Murphy does that. I'm not sure anybody else, but all Democrats should be live streaming on Instagram and other places. Maybe not Twitch, but you know, reach the normies, man. And then her big breakup. She hasn't commented on it, but kind of sad to see your personal life put out there. But I mean, that's what happens when you're a huge public figure. It is what it is. It comes with the territory. But I think she's on her revenge tour now. She's in the gym working out. Posted a video of her doing some strength training. She did a day in the life of wearing a sports bra, and everybody went crazy. I think she's posting videos. This is what you're missing out on, buddy. Should have been better. I can fix her. Yeah, I saw Clavicular posted that he can fix her, and I heard she responded to that. I didn't see the video though, but sorry, Clavicular. I don't think she's in your league, buddy. She's way out of your league, champ. Stick to the freaks in Miami or whatever that you're hanging out with. Can you imagine? He's so stupid to think that he could be with her. I think it's a joke, but if he's serious at all, then that's just precious that he thinks she would want anything to do with him. Million tiers above him.
Mark Kelly.
Yeller jumping over to the Twitch chat to drop $5.50 for Mark.
Ossoff.
Oh, man. What is the strategy here? Yeller moving Ossoff into 2nd place. Wow. Okay. 600 bits, 550, just like that. Come out and overdose with me. Yeah, I'm sure AOC would love to come do drugs and hang out with vapid people in Miami with Clavicular on his kick stream. I mean, what an idiot. That would be quite the age gap relationship. Yeah, he's like 21 or something. Clavicular's new nose job destroyed his looks magazine journey. I just find him, you know, no offense, but, and how can I say this? Because this is kind of a millennial thing to say, but like, I got to be careful. Hold on. Let me think about this for a moment. Like, to me, the looks maxing thing just screams, I'm a closeted gay man. And there's nothing wrong with being gay, but there is something wrong with being closeted and putting up a front, you know? Like, I think it's toxic behavior that just hurts everybody. And when you're getting a nose job and looks maxing, you know, there's one thing to go in the gym, work out, get in shape, learn how to buy clothes that fit you, learn about style, colors, you know, things like that. That's fine. I think that's appreciated. You know, washing your sheets once a week, changing your towel once a week, cleaning your bathroom before somebody comes over. That stuff, you know, that's fine. But like when you're out there like staring at yourself in the mirror and like talking about how good looking you are, like I feel like you're just closeted gay at that point, you know, and extremely insecure. Yeah. Like, it's like, do you want to put your tongue in a dude's mouth and you just can't admit it? Like, again, nothing wrong with that. Like, do you know, go rock some little shorts and kiss dudes. But like, come on, bro. You're not fooling anybody with that shit. I don't think he's gay. He's just super insecure, neurodivergent. Yeah. I don't know anything about him. I've never watched his content beyond clips. I'm just looking at him on paper and reading about what he does. And I'm like, this is like a closeted gay man. Like, I've never met a straight guy who's this into this stuff he's doing. Maybe it's a generation thing and I can't understand it because he's a couple generations below me. Maybe all young dudes are like that now. And that's a totally normal straight dude thing, but I don't get it. I'm like, really? It's just metrosexual rebranded. Yeah, to some degree, but you know, metrosexual was kind of like closeted gay too for a lot of dudes, I think. They're always far more obsessed with praise from other dudes than from women too. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know, man. Metrosexual is a crutch on the way to buy pan. Yeah, that's probably it. And maybe not just straight up gay, but like you're probably bisexual if you're really into that stuff. I mean, again, nothing wrong with maximizing your looks if you know, looking good, but like it gets to a point where you're either totally insecure and you need to work on your mental health, or you're just, you know, you probably need to put your tongue in another dude's mouth and get over it. Just my thoughts. That I'm sure that could get me canceled, but I don't care. This is how I feel. I think I want everyone to be happy. I want Clavicular to be happy. Okay, that's it. I just want Clavicular to be happy, and he seems fucking miserable.
President Trump has a different view. I want to play something he said recently and get your reaction on the other side. Take a look.
I think any community that turns down AI is making a big mistake because your taxes are going to go way down. If you own a house, it's going to be more valuable. It's a tremendous thing, and I see it. It's almost like there's a campaign against, you know, data centers. But data centers, if you look at the stats, everything's good around them.
Yeah, this was what I was going to say too. Is I think this is safe for David Crowley to take his position here on data centers, because Tom Tiffany's not going to take the opposite. Tom Tiffany's not going to call for a moratorium on data centers. So I think when it comes to making a decision in the Wisconsin general election, data centers is not going to be the deciding factor, whereas it could have been if Francesca Hong was on the ballot because she wanted a moratorium, which seems to be the common position Democrats are taking now. But I'll be surprised if Tom Tiffany, the Republican running for governor in Wisconsin, goes against data centers. Why would your taxes go down if you had a data center? Well, I think the idea is that it's a business generator for the local community. How would it be more valuable if no one wants them in their backyard? Yeah, I think it's people are concerned about data centers, but I think they don't really understand what's going on, and it's not their fault. These data centers came in and trampled on everything. They didn't give a damn, and now they're changing because the big AI companies realize that it'll slow down their building of data centers if they don't work with the local community. So they can't do that. They can't just come in and build shit, and because it'll get shut down, and it'll slow down construction. So they're starting to now work with the local community. These data centers would be smart if they reached out to the local community and said, hey, we'll pay for 25% of your energy bill. We will give you money, like reward the local community. So hopefully we see some of that from these AI companies soon. And just the tech companies that are building them too. Trump would never lie. That's true. Data center hate feels like sloppiness outrage. It is. It is, but we're at the point in our politics where you need to ride the wave of whatever the people are feeling. If the people are mad at data centers, then you need to be mad at data centers, or you look at a touch. Doesn't make sense. Nobody's going to listen to your nuance. Like, oh, well, actually, data centers are providing this and this and this, and we shouldn't be concerned. And it's like, people are going to look at you as if you have three heads saying, what are you talking about? Data centers are stealing my water. I saw a video that they made someone's electric bill go up 500%, and I'm convinced that they are causing cancer. And it's like, how can you compete with that, They have no plans of paying for their own energy and water. I'm not sure about that, but I think they would do themselves a world of good if they went on a charm offensive to the local communities and just poured money into them too. I think they will.
How do you respond to President Trump, the argument being too many guardrails could actually disincentivize companies from coming to Wisconsin?
Well, I would actually encourage President Trump to come and talk to many of the community members who live next door to a data center or have a community here. When it comes down to artificial intelligence, yes, it can provide some level of good, but we also have to make sure that it's not replacing productivity, right? Enhancing and creating more efficiency. I think all of us can agree on that. But when it starts to take away from the jobs of today and the jobs of tomorrow that young people are going to school and relying on to pay their bills, there is some cause to pause there. And so we should be partners as we move forward. And so as it relates to data centers, artificial intelligence, or any level of economic development, we have to protect our people. We have to protect wages and make sure that we're not leaving families behind.
Yeah, I would just do that. I would just say that. I wouldn't take the position of I'm going to abandon a moratorium on data centers. I would just talk about it like this. Like, I am skeptical of these data centers, but I'm not at the point where I'm going to call for a moratorium. I'm going to demand that they adhere to some standards if they want to build them and expand them in our communities, and they need to address these local concerns. I would just take that position heavily, and then leave the door open a little bit, and maybe talk about why they're good a little bit. But the lion's share of my argument would be about they need to do a better job for the local community. U.S. demand for electricity is expected to hit an all-time high both this year and next year by the data center build out of big tech. This is the latest series of record demand projections. Yeah, I've seen stuff like that for sure. Right now, they're forcing poor, broke communities to bid against each other. They don't need to give damn near anything. I understand, yeah. But they are realizing, based on the articles I've read, okay, I'm not in the industry, but I just read articles about this. Washington Post, New York Times, Wall Street Journal. The data centers are realizing that they gotta entice the local communities, otherwise they're gonna get slowed down. So I think you're gonna see a big change over the next year or two when it comes to their approach. I hope.
All right, so that is what we're hearing from President Trump on that big debate. I want to play for you something that your opponent, Tom Tiffany, is saying. He's out with a new ad taking aim at you. I want to play a little bit, get your reaction on the other side. Take a look.
Oh, what can he say? I have seen 0 attack ads against David Crowley. So let's see. What is the line of attack against this nerd?
Look.
It's like a nerd fight. Tom Tiffany versus Crowley.
Taking aim at you. I want to play a little bit, get your reaction on the other side. Take a look.
Failed executive David Crowley spent recklessly, botched health insurance for thousands, raised property and taxes. Even David Crowley says there's no real difference between him and socialists.
Jeez, that's crazy.
Look at this geek.
Between him and socialists.
Gee, that's a nerd fight. This is their champion on the right. They picked this guy. Jeez. Gee willikers. Nah, there's no way we lose to this. No way. Jeez.
Jeez, that's crazy.
How do you respond?
Hello, where's my video? He's smiling.
Well, there we go with the distractions and divisions. We're not even talking about policies that's actually going to keep more money in families' pockets, how we're going to reduce utility costs. And so, one thing that we know about Tom Tiffany, he is a MAGA extremist who has voted 100% of the time with Donald Trump. And, anybody who votes 100% of the time and doesn't stand up to someone and represents their constituents, it doesn't qualify them to be run for governor. I am the only executive in this race. We have done incredible work lowering our unsheltered homeless population, having the lowest count per capita than any community in the entire country. We've reduced overdose deaths by 40%, and we've had to pick every damn can that Republicans have kicked down the road, especially our former county executive, Scott Walker, who ran up a credit card bill, $400 million on property taxes payers here. And so I'm focused on moving forward while he's trying to attach me to candidates that are not even in this race.
Well, we talk.
Pretty damn good answer, man. That's what I'm saying. Like, I want our candidates to be able to respond directly to any attacks, right? Let's not, shook and jive. Let's not try to avoid. Let's take on the attacks head on. Yeah, you're right. I had a deficit because of Scott Walker. I had a huge mess to clean up. What do you mean? Like, this is smart, man. Do not deflect. Too much deflection from some of the high-profile candidates in these primaries. Not David Crowley, though. He's taking this shit head on, man. That's smart.
About issues, the biggest issue for voters is the economy. Let me ask you about that. Earlier this year, you dismissed the idea of a gas tax holiday. Gas is up 43% in Wisconsin, Mr. Crowley, since the start of the war. Why rule out temporary relief at the pump?
Because we need permanent relief. We have actually proposed repealing the minimum markup law on gas, which is a law that's been on the books since 1939 here in the state of Wisconsin.
Why not do both, though?
Right now,
why not do both? Why not get rid of the gas tax and then try to work toward long-term relief, too?
Because we need to provide long-term relief. I mean, what we have seen related to one day of gas taxes is not going to provide a sufficient amount of funds for individuals when we can provide that one-time, that long-term relief. We have a 9% markup right here in the state of Wisconsin, which means that we are paying 40 cents per gallon that goes straight to profits. And that's profits that goes straight to big oil. It doesn't go to fix the road. It doesn't go to a local municipality. It is literally going to the owners of gas stations. And so to provide that relief, let's actually look at all the laws that we have on the books and do something different. We can't continue to give these gimmicks moving forward. And that's why it's important not just to focus on the governor's race, but how we are electing Democrats in the state Senate and the state assembly to push policies that's going to allow all the boats to rise when that tide rises.
All right, David Crowley, thank you so very much for your time. Really appreciate it.
God, man. What a relief. Not only did we avoid a disaster where Francesca Hong was going to have just post after post of cringe come up and terrible answer after terrible answer, but we got this guy who is no shrinking violet, who knows his stuff, has great answers, and is much more fitting for the role. You can just tell when somebody is going to hit the ground running and would fit the part, and he's got his shit together, man. I'm going to have to read more about why he dropped out and what was going on there. but it doesn't seem to have impacted him at all. Anonymous, thank you for gifting a sub on Twitch. This guy's fantastic. Like, I thought we would just have some generic Democrat who, you know, flies under the radar through election day and, you know, just doesn't rock the boat. But this guy seems like an asset. This guy seems like he can help the Democratic Party, not just win the race and do the job, but, you know, this guy seems like he's got some juice, man. Imagine this same interview of Hong won. Yeah, she was so weird, man. I'm seeing people switching Hong signs for Crowley. That's cool. He ain't Troy Jackson, yeah. How old is this guy? Troy is tired. Let's see. How old David Crowley? How old is David Crowley? How old is David Crowley of Wisconsin? He's 40 years old. Wow. I don't know, man. 40 seems so young to me now. I'm not that much older than 40, but I'm just shocked at people achieving so much at that age. That's wild. He just turned 40 in May. Good for him. I'll be 40 tomorrow. I remember when I turned 40, I was kind of bummed out because I'm like, well, now I'm old, you know, like 40s, I always felt was now you're kind of middle age, you know, you can't claim that youthful status anymore, but I think it's all about how you live your life. It's all about the energy you put out there. It's all about what you want to do. Nobody really cares. Most people don't think I'm in my 40s anyways. Only old if you let yourself be old. Sure. This should be an easy seat to keep and so important with the new congressional maps. I agree. I'd like to see them revisit the state maps in the future, but that's going to take winning some more seats. I like that he's starting to talk about that. Like, you know, we gotta win in the state Senate. The Republicans control the state Senate and the state assembly, not by a lot, but it's not like by 1 or 2. It's a couple of seats. Populism telling people the things they want to hear. Liberalism is telling people the answer. I don't disagree with that. I just think we need to tap into that populism a little more. We need to tap into that DSA energy. We shouldn't just hand wave it like you crazy kids are making promises you can't keep and you're just taking advantage of people. We you know, people want to be lied to some degree. We all fantasize one way or another about things, whether it's our politicians, our politics, our partners. It's like I was talking about, your goal on a first date is to not ruin the fantasy that this person has come up with about you. And I think a politician's job is to not ruin people's fantasy about what they can accomplish and what's possible. You know, it's like, you got to be realistic with people, but you don't want to dash their dreams at the same time. You gotta keep them interested. All right. David Crowley, thank you, sir. We appreciate your service. What else do I got? Flanagan. I got Binface. Let's check this guy out, and then we'll look at Bernie. I don't know what the hell's going on with Count Binface. I don't know anything about him. I never heard his voice until recently, but the United Kingdom has some interesting politics. So let's see why Binface was on Msnow.
Joining us now is Count Binface. He is running against Nigel Farage and more than 24 other candidates to represent the town of Clacton in UK Parliament.
Is he live from his hotel room? I've never seen him in any setting before, so it's kind of jarring that he's sitting in front of a hotel bed, it looks like. That's kind of funny.
I heard Hess not a real count.
No shot. Don't dash the dream, Heller. Let us fantasize, all right? He's a real count as far as we know, until proven otherwise.
Count Binface, it's really good to have you. Just first question.
I mean, I can't imagine saying that as a host on MS Now. Count Binface, it's really good to have you. Thanks for joining us, Count Binface.
Question up top. What made you become Count Binface over Lord Buckethead? What happened to Lord Buckethead?
Oh, did he have a previous persona that he dropped?
Well, good question. Firstly, it's lovely to meet you, Katie, and all your fantastic viewers. My goodness me, you have a lot of adverts in America, don't you? And I should just say at the start, this is definitely the holodeck on my starship, not a budget hotel in Clacton-on-Sea. Let's just make that absolutely clear. Also, here's a little scoop for you. Due to broadcasting rules, I cannot talk on British television until 10 p.m. UK time. It's currently just or nearly 8 o'clock. So through a lovely little loophole, I can talk to America first. How cool is that? But as for the old Buckethead snafu, yes, well, when I first came to Earth in 2017, I thought if I came down like this, I might freak out the humans. So I adopted a disguise of this Lord Buckethead, a title that had lain dormant for 25 years. And that went very well. I ended up on Last Week Tonight with John Oliver. But then there was an unfortunate battle on the planet copyright. So I respawned in my true guise. And Katie, I'm the first politician in history to feel better after kicking the bucket. How about that?
Praise God. I don't know, man. I mean, you might as well just crack joke after joke if you're taking on this persona. It's not like you're going to be taken seriously, right? But he's having fun with it. I take it. I'll accept it. If only he was actually funny. Yeah, well, that's asking a lot, okay? But look, I mean, he's put a lot of effort into this outfit. It looks pretty professional. It's not like he just grabbed some random trash can and put it on his head with a hole in it, you know? He's a real legitimate candidate? Is he? I haven't read nothing about how legitimate he is, if he has a chance or anything. I have no idea.
I like Planet Copyright. That's a good one. All right, let me put up on the screen your flow chart about winning, because I think this is worth looking at again. So you ask, who won the election? Count Binface? Yes, then you win. If Farage wins with fewer votes than 2024, yes, we win. With fewer votes, no. With less of a majority, yes, we win. And regardless, it'll take you, I can't read a flowchart. Regardless, it'll take you back to the investigation into his conduct. Tell me why you believe that Nigel Farage deserves to be under investigation.
Well, I mean, that's not for me to say, Katie. I mean, you know, firstly, that's not my flowchart. Yeah, I found that online. Some human did that, but I agree with it entirely. The fact is that I've won either way. It's checkmate to Binface, and if Nigel strikes me down electorally, I will become more powerful than he can possibly imagine. Because, of course, then, yes, the parliamentary committee will look into, again, his interesting finances. For example, this £5 million gift, an unconditional gift he was given, which he says he could spend on Ferraris if he wants, but he didn't declare it to the correct committee. And I tell you this, firstly, I would not accept such a donation on Earth. And if I did accept it on any planet, I swear to you, I would fill out the proper forms. It's very important.
Okay, so shining a light on this bit of corruption here. Got to respect that.
What does it say that his chief rival in this race, there's a number of them, but the chief rival is an intergalactic trash can warrior?
Well, I think there's a slight tone of sneeriness there, which is unfair. I would say to you that my path is on the up, and it's a natural point in my career to become His Majesty's official opposition. So, you know, this is a natural point for me, and we shall see if I can take control of Clacton in due course. But I know where you're going. The point is, why have the Labour Party, the Conservative Party, the big parties, the Liberal Democrats, well, maybe not them, but why are they not bothered? And it's either because they're scared of my magnificence or maybe both, they think that Nigel is pulling a cunning stunt. And I use those words very carefully on live television. And I think it's a bit of both.
A cunning stunt. I like that because this is American TV and we have a different set of standards out here for what words we use. One other question for you.
His phone goes off. That must be on purpose. I think it's probably part of his joke. We'll see. I do not know the background here at all. No, I've heard of Count Binface. I don't know anything about Nigel Farage. I know he's controversial and he's been in the news a lot, but this guy is, for whatever reason, able to stand out and get some attention. So I always find these characters interesting because it's tough to stand out. It's tough to do something unique, and he's done it. He's done it. And there's lessons to be learned from this. I'm not saying you should put a trash can on your head in America and run for office, but there is something to be said about taking on a character and running for office to shine a light on somebody's problems. It's kind of a creative way of activism. It's a creative form of activism.
And I hope you don't have to take that phone call. One other question. What has his politics done to the UK?
No, I'm just going to pause that for a second. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you. I hope you're talking to me and not the phone. What has Nigel Farage's politics done to the UK?
Yes, I will tell you this. I do apologies for those awful humans. But I would say Nigel Farage's politics, the beauty of democracy, as you've discovered in America, Katie, is that, of course, different views can have strength at certain times. So, of course, it is humans' right to vote for Nigel Farage, or indeed it's their far right to vote for Nigel Farage. But I am offering a sane alternative. Now, I know that might seem strange, but in this day and age, I am the voice of sanity and moderation. And on that note, I wonder whether American viewers would like a little bit of Binface in your politics, eh? Democrats, Republicans, Binface. Who's going to win that battle, I wonder?
I have to tell you, you might win. Our politics, people are sick of everybody. So come on over, take your chances. You might not do so poorly. Count Binface, it has been a pleasure, a distinct pleasure. Thank you so much for joining us. Formerly Lord Buckethead. Again, the pleasure is all mine, sir.
No, the honor is mine, and God bless America.
What a wild interview, man. Yeah, pretty interesting. Activism comes in many forms, guys. Many, many forms. That guy is tapped into something interesting. Okay, I got to use the restroom. I'll leave you guys with C-SPAN for a moment, BRB, and then we'll check out Bernie on Majority Report.
Again, has taken a much more aggressive approach. So you have that. Athens, Georgia is another jurisdiction. You have, Louisiana rolling back its juvenile justice reforms. It's Tennessee adopting truth in sentencing, pushing 3 strikes, changing its constitution along with Texas to make it easier to jail people pre-trial. The prison population has gone up for the last couple of years that we have data for the first time in, I think, more than a decade. Police departments around the country are reasserting themselves. We're in a lot of jurisdictions. We're seeing arrest numbers go back up, stop numbers go back up. New York City is a great example of that. When that happens, we tend to expect crime, to start to come down. There were a lot of ballot initiatives, too, in the 2024 cycle that I think were really interesting and might be playing a bit of a role here. California with Proposition 36, rolled back Prop 47, sort of recriminalizing some of the theft and drug offenses. Oregon, which had decriminalized all drug offenses, recriminalized them a couple of years later, I believe in 2024 as well.
That was yesterday on this program. If you want to watch that interview in its entirety, you can do so on our website at cspan.org. But it's part of this conversation we've been having for about 2 weeks now, since the president first touted the year anniversary of the National Guard deployment in Washington, D.C., about crime in cities. And we figured we'd ask you this morning, how concerned are you? Phone lines for Republicans, Democrats, Independents as usual. That special line for law enforcement. Christina is an independent out of Virginia. Whereabouts in Virginia, Christina?
I live in Prince William County, Northern Virginia.
And how concerned are you about crime, violent crime and petty theft? What concerns you more?
I'm actually concerned about changes that I've seen because I've lived in the same location for over 55 years. So it's my childhood home. So I've seen what I'm now communicating with local law enforcement and neighbors, and now today on C-SPAN. Thank you for this privilege, this opportunity. Is that I can only speak to what I've witnessed and what I've experienced here in my hometown. But I've been concerned that over these years I've been hearing about crimes that I never heard of growing up, like human trafficking and the fentanyl crisis, and even like right here in my hometown, I see young men that are panhandling, and if I truly believe they were, just asking for money for, food and groceries. I mean, I obviously I would have compassion, but I'm really concerned about the drug problem, and I'm thankful for progress to, that there is progress. It sounds like from the news reports being made, so that that's going down.
It's going down. Farage versus Binface election is today. Nice. Good luck to Count Binface. All right, let's check out Bernie on Majority Report. I'm expecting this to be a circle jerk about how much the Democrats suck and how amazing the progressives and DSA candidates are. I'm not expecting much out of this, but curious to see what happens.
We saw last night, Sama Andrabi. Thanks so much for your time today. Really appreciate it.
Thanks as always, Sam.
Folks, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll be talking to Senator Bernie Sanders, the senior senator from Vermont. We are back. Sam Cedar on the Majority Report. Emma Vigeland out today. I want to welcome back to the program senior senator from Vermont, Senator Bernie Sanders. Senator, thanks so much for joining us.
Curious if they bring up Wisconsin. Yeah, I was watching something last night. I was watching a leftist streamer, and I never say anything in chats, but I do tune into leftist streams to see what's going on. And this is a pretty prominent leftist streamer. It's not Hassan or anything like that, but somebody who is like, roses in every single stream title and all about free Palestine and all that stuff, right? And not a peep about Wisconsin. Nothing. Not a peep. And they had been away for a few days and hadn't streamed since the primary. It's as if leftists and progressives don't want to talk about it, right? They just completely ignore it. Never happened. No discussion, no postmortem. It's quite shocking. Quite shocking, man.
My pleasure.
So I wouldn't be surprised if it doesn't come up in this conversation and they just focus on Michigan and Peggy Flanagan. In fact, Bernie, I saw another interview where he avoided Wisconsin, and every time he talked about the progressives as well. You think they would celebrate Francesca Hong for almost winning and getting to this point where she almost won a statewide race in a swing state, right? Like Abdul El-Sayed is great, but he's not DSA. This is a DSA candidate who almost won. She came within less than 0.5% of winning, and they won't even talk about her. They won't give her props. They won't give her any credit, nothing. They just ignore her as if she's a monster. Are you talking about Carolina Kwan? No, I would never watch that ghoul. That woman is atrocious. I could never tune into her garbage.
Let's just start with the primary results we saw last night. Some impressive victories for progressives, near miss in Wisconsin.
Okay, Sam, bringing it up. All right.
What are your thoughts?
My thought, Sam, is that all over this country, and we're seeing this in New York City, New Jersey, Arizona, Colorado, Pennsylvania, Montana, et cetera, there is profound anger and discussed with status quo politics and status quo politicians. People want change. And what we saw last week in Michigan is Abdul El-Sayed had to take on over $60 million in outside spending. Unbelievable amount of money, and yet he managed to win. Last night in Minnesota, Peggy Flanagan won a very strong victory, also being heavily outspent. So to my mind, I think that if we can bring forth candidates who have the guts to take on the oligarchs, fight for working families, you're going to see more and more victories.
So Bernie cannot mention Hong. Why? I do not know why he is so against talking about Hong. I think she's a huge success story. As cringe as she is, as disappointing as it was what happened with her campaign, that is a huge success story for DSA. They shouldn't be ashamed of that. I mean, I understand that she said some weird stuff, but the fact that she got to that point is commendable. And I always said that throughout the whole campaign, that I was impressed, like I was shocked, but anybody who gets to that level, I'm impressed. And Bernie just can't even give her credit. Like, unless you win, you're a loser. And I don't think that's good. I think, there's steps to winning, and you're not just going to come in first every time, Coming in second is pretty damn good too in a lot of cases and should be applauded. Obviously, she had some missteps and she wasn't a perfect candidate by any stretch of the imagination, but you got to give her credit for getting to that point. It's like Hong never existed. Yeah. Crazy, man. And I've said it a million times, but I still can't get over it, that Bernie did not endorse her. AOC did not endorse her. And it's not like they weren't asked, why aren't you endorsing? They were. And they said it's because we don't get involved in governor races. We don't have the resources to do that. Bullshit. That's such a cop-out. This woman was one of a couple of people representing your movement on the national stage. In fact, I would argue she was the only person in the last couple of weeks that was the face of democratic socialism on the national stage. Nobody's talking about the DSA candidates from New York that won their primaries, or the woman in Colorado, or the guy in Philadelphia, Chris Rabb. Nobody's talking about any of those people. They had their moment. The only person that was representing DSA on the national stage for the last few weeks was Francesca Hong. His movement. Bernie Sanders loves being a democratic socialist, and yet they wouldn't even endorse her, wouldn't help her, wouldn't even give her a thumbs up. Just didn't want to talk about her, as if she had slept with his wife or something and he was disgusted with her. All the races he mentioned were for Congress or Senate. They were, but and that was his excuse too. Like, I'm focused on Congress. Same thing with AOC, which is fine, but he endorsed Troy Jackson, who was in a primary in June for governor. So spare me with this. I only endorse for Congress, or I don't have the resources to learn about every candidate out there. She was literally the only person who was representing DSA and his movement. He technically isn't DSA. Yeah, I get that. But I mean, he gave a whole speech about why he's a democratic socialist in 2020, like some 40-minute speech. And he's definitely about that life. But makes no sense to me, man. And I think it shows poor leadership. I hate to crap on Bernie, but I think he deserves it. He deserves the criticism here for showing poor leadership and leaving her out to dry. Same thing with AOC. I love AOC. I think she's done a great job, but I think she showed poor leadership in abandoning Hong, even if she thought she was going to win. I mean, she could have helped. Imagine if AOC went out and did an event with Hong and talked to her and gave her guidance and resources, and just could have helped clean up her act. But nope. Just let her flail and fail.
Let me ask you this. One of the things that's happening here in New York City, obviously, Zohran Mamdani wins in really a stunning campaign over the course of last year. defeats Andrew Cuomo. But more importantly, in many respects, is that he has been governing New York City incredibly effectively. I mean, both in terms of I
really don't get this argument. I don't want to be seen as a Mamdani hater. I think he's been a good communicator. I don't think he's done anything profound in New York City. The childcare stuff was already in the works for years. Like 80-90% of the childcare stuff was done before him, going back to the de Blasio mayorship. I mean, you can look this stuff up. I mean, like he's done very little. You could say that he's helped energize the last few steps of universal childcare in New York City and help move the needle because of he shined a light on it. Sure, but the lion's share had already been done by other people. And then he also is claiming that crime is down. He has nothing to do with crime being down. And yeah, he froze rent by filling the board with people that he wants, but so what? Like the rent, that's not, saving anyone. That's not changing anyone's lives, and also it's caused the rent outside of rent control to go up. I mean, I saw an article saying that the average rent is now around $6,000. I think it was New York Post being a little harsh, but the average rent in New York is still like $4,300, and this puts pressure on other units that aren't rent stabilized. He did balance the budget. He had to, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, but is that some sort of miracle that he balanced the budget? I don't think so. Plenty of mayors and governors balanced the budget. Gavin Newsom balanced the budget in California. Like, unless you have a rainy day fund to tap into, you have to. So I can't really point to anything he's done that's incredible, but he is an excellent communicator. Like, he told people, tag me on X and we'll fix problems. And sure enough, he had a few events he filmed himself going out and fixing things like water fountains or potholes. And while I doubt the number of potholes that are being repaired has increased compared to previous administrations or water fountains being fixed, he's shining a light on it in a brilliant way and showing people that I'm out here getting my hands dirty and fixing stuff like elevators and stuff. And that's smart. That's brilliant. But I don't think if you look at the raw numbers of like fixing things that he's done anything special. Again, I'm not trying to crap on him. I'm just like, come on, let's come back down to earth here. I want him to succeed because he is the face of the Democratic Socialists. He's the face of that angry faction that has been mad as hell at Democrats for years. And if he's got a D next to his name, he's in the party. He, I think, can help lower the temperature and help unite the party. So I want him to succeed. I really do. But I find it a little gross to like take credit for things that, he was supposed to do anyways or was started before him. But let's see what the pitch is here from Sam.
providing material benefits for people, but also just sort of communicating in a fashion that makes people invested in the idea of being a citizen of New York, of being a part of a society, the idea that we have a certain connectedness.
That's fair. I'll give him that. He has gotten people to feel more like they're part of a community and that they matter. I mean, I'll give him credit for that for sure. That's why I say he's done a brilliant job as a communicator. And, maybe a big part of an elected official's job is just to communicate and get people to give a damn and care about their fellow man and their community so that they go on and do whatever they do to improve things.
Well, how does that translate? How does that, we have proof of concept here, right? And that theoretically is going to be used through the years across the country as an example of what democratic socialist governing looks like. Well, how is that replicated in the context of the Senate or the House? I mean, if Abdul al-Sayed wins, knock on wood, how does that communicated when it's not, you're not the executive, you're not in charge of it?
All right. Zoran is an exceptional politician. And by that, I mean he is a remarkable communicator. He understands the issues, and he has shown a willingness to take on powerful special interest and stand up for working families. And what he has understood, and he and I had a whole lot of discussion. I was mayor for 8 years.
Yes.
You know, when people elect you, they don't want you just giving all these great speeches. You know what they want you to do? Do your damn job. That means when it snows, get the snow off the ground so kids can get to school, people can get to work. When there are potholes, fix the potholes. When playgrounds are dangerous for kids, get them repaired right away. Respond to your constituents. And he has done that extraordinarily well. So to answer your question, at a time when so many people, whether you're progressive or conservative, are giving up on government, are dealing with horrendous bureaucracy every single day, are asking, I am in trouble. My family's in trouble. Can government do anything? Get on the phone. Nothing happens. What Zoran is showing is that government can work for working people. Now, how does that translate to an institution like the U.S. Senate? We're not administrators. We're a legislative body. What it means is people right now are in trouble. They cannot afford health care. They cannot afford housing. They cannot afford retirement. They cannot afford to send their kids to college. They're worried about climate change. They're worried about artificial intelligence. So what we have got to do in Washington, in the House and the Senate, is say, we are here for you and we're going to move. It's not going to take us 20 years to get it done. We're going to do it. All right? So we throw out on the table, we ask a simple question of the American people. I don't give a damn if you're conservative, progressive. Why are we the only major country on earth not to guarantee health care to all people? And we know the answer. The power of the insurance companies and the drug companies and other big money interests in healthcare. Are we prepared to take them on and say that within a year, not 20 years from now, not nibbling on the edges, we are going to begin the process of providing healthcare to all people? I'll give you one example. All right, as a sponsor of the Medicare for All bill, first year, we lower the age from 65 eligibility to 55. We expand Medicare to cover dental, hearing, and vision. We cover all children. Sam, you know what that would poll out there? Do a poll on it. I would say 80 to 90% people support it. Let's do it. Second year, we lower the age again. A couple of years, everybody is in. You do that, people say, oh my God, government actually can do something for me. I don't have to worry about my health care bills. Okay? Raise the minimum wage to a damn living wage. All right? Millions of workers trying to get by on $12, $14 an hour. Can't do it. People say, oh my God, I can now afford groceries. My life is a little bit, build the damn housing that we need, etc. So to answer your question, being in a legislative body is different than being an administrator. But there is a lot that we can do to restore faith in government on the part of working families.
Okay, so I shake my head when he says in year one, we dropped the age of eligibility for Medicare to 55. You are going to give access to Medicare to millions and millions of people, and we don't have the resources in place to handle that surge. And people say, well, that'll be coupled with increasing those resources. I think that's a much heavier lift than just lowering the age of eligibility, right? That's something that can be done with the swipe of a pen. But the concern is that the existing system will be overwhelmed. You'll have to wait 4 months for an appointment with a general physician, that you'll be put on a list and reviewed by a death panel if you need major surgery. And I don't think that this helps alleviate those concerns. Like, if I was Bernie, I would be talking about not the first thing we do with Medicare for All is lowering the age. I'd be talking about, here's how we surge resources. Here's how we get more doctors. Here's how we get more nurses. Here's how we open up more facilities in the first year. And then we lower the age. Why would you not put the pieces in place first before you overwhelm the system with all these people. That doesn't make any sense to me. Isn't that better than no health care? No, because you need the people to support your plan. Imagine if your plan is just to open up the door to millions of more people and you don't have any plan to increase your ability to serve those people. You're going to run into a whole bunch of nightmare problems, and it's going to prevent your idea from even getting off the ground. I mean, you got to have a plan for how to deal with all the new eligible people. And I'm sure he does. I've read El Sayed's book about how we get there, and it makes sense, but he's not saying that. So I feel like he's just feeding those concerns that people have, that there won't be enough doctors for everybody. There won't be enough hospital rooms. There won't be enough doctor's appointments. There won't be enough medicine. Like all these things that people have a valid concern about, his idea doesn't address in any way. It's just like, let's give 20 million more people access to our limited resources and it'll work itself out. Like it'll take years to ramp up the ability to serve everybody in America. That's not going to happen overnight. You've got to change a lot of things. For example, you've got to deal with the pipeline of doctors, which is limited right now due to funding for residencies and hospitals from Medicare. That's one of the reasons why we don't have enough doctors, is because doctors become doctors by doing a residency, and residencies are funded by Medicare. And that funding hasn't changed in like 20 years.
We lost 60 seats in the House after passing the ACA, and it took a decade for it to becoming popular. Yet kicking people off their plans is popular. 40 months. Just got done working out, ready to watch some eerie politics. Fire emoji.
Hell yeah, Vishy. Thank you for the resub. Yeah, I mean, you got to factor in the fear mongering and the pushback from all these industries if you're going to get this done. You can't just wish it across the finish line. Like, you're talking about trillions of dollars of revenue being taken away from doctors. Think about it. They can charge a lot more because the supply is limited. Hospitals, private equity who owns hospitals and doctor practices, insurance companies. And you might say, who cares? Screw those people. Sure, I think they're greedy bastards and they're screwing a lot of people, but they're powerful, and you have to acknowledge their existence and what they'll do and how they'll fight back. And if you're going to be serious about getting this done. So just going on TV and saying, let's lower the age of Medicare to 55 in 1 year, that sounds like a disaster. Absolute disaster. Hate is easier to sell than love. Yeah. Again, I'm a fan of Medicare for all, but I think you have to have a 15 to 20 year plan for Medicare for all, not a 4-year plan like Bernie has proposed. That's madness. It's absolute madness, man. It'll never work. It won't even get off the ground because the pushback will overwhelm people who support it, and you'll lose in the TV ads. You won't even be able to get there. Effing up a whole ass system of healthcare for 55 plus will guarantee we never get Medicare for all. I mean, think about the horror stories that'll come out. You don't need a lot of them. You just need a couple of nightmare stories. My daughter couldn't get her chemo and died because the list was too long. Or, I went to go to the hospital and the room was full of people because they lowered the age and I died. Or I guess you wouldn't be announcing your death, but my son died in the hospital waiting room because there were too many people there who were now eligible or something. Like, I don't know. I'm just saying, just think of the horror stories that'll come out. And you have to be able to anticipate that, man. I died. Yeah, I died. I mean, you already hear people making up bullshit about Canada, like, oh, you can't get a doctor's appointment for 3 months in Canada. It's like, dude, I can't get a doctor's appointment for 3 months here because of the limited supply and how expensive it is. What do you mean? So you gotta be ready to take that shit on. There's a lot of steps involved in getting Medicare for all. We got to deal with the student loans that doctors have to take because Not enough doctors can afford to become general practitioners because they have $400,000 in student loans. So you got to deal with that. You got to deal with limited hospitals who get paid less from Medicare. They get paid like 30% less from Medicare than from private insurance. And, you know, you got to deal with all this stuff, man. You got to be realistic. IRA wants the horse and the cart to be working together. Exactly. I can just see a couple of nightmare stories tanking this whole thing and setting us back 30 years if we screw this up. And it sounds like Bernie wants to screw it up. 100% think you need to start with a public option. Do a study into how successful it is, and then you can increment. Yeah, that's why. Look, if you want to lower the age by a year, now we're talking, okay? Let's do that. Let's go 1 or 2 years. Let's lower Medicare, not 10 years, not 55. How about 63 or... yeah, like 63 and 64-year-olds. You know, really just open up the door slightly. Make it more comprehensive, right? Like, let's add dental and lower the age to 63 before we freaking open it up to 10 more years of people and add dental, hearing, and vision. I mean, just overwhelm the system and completely screw it up.
I remember interviewing you in 2000.
Also, I wanted to say about Mamdani, he's only been on the job for like 8 months. I think it's a matter of time until some horror stories come out about him too. So, for example, there's all these success stories of him fixing water fountains and potholes. Wait till somebody puts out a story saying, I've been complaining for months and haven't heard back. And those stories are coming, right? As time goes on, there will be some misses. There will be some things falling through the cracks that will be high profile and are a mark on his record. It can't all be wins. So let's see how things go here, Sam and Bernie. You know, they're acting like he's God's gift to governing, and he's going to have some mistakes too. He's only human, and the staff around him has a lot of stuff to do. It's the biggest city in America. There's going to be problems. That'll be the real test for Mamdani, right? Like, so far, he has not been tested in any way. He's only been proactive in putting out positive things. What happens when something goes wrong? That'll be the real test to see if Mamdani is as good as everyone claims he is. We first need to deal with the hospital closures. Absolutely.
2004, Janine Garofalo and I interviewed it on the radio, and I remember specifically saying if we had 435 Bernie Sanders in the House, we would be in great shape. I mean, I guess technically speaking, all we really needed was like closer to 419 or 18, I guess. But
we don't even need that, you moron. What a stupid thing to say. I'm sorry to be mean, but why would you need 435? A majority is 218. If you had 218 Bernies, you could accomplish whatever you want in the House. What do you mean?
218, but we don't have...
Okay, thank you. He corrected himself. Jesus.
Those numbers.
Like, we don't need 100 Bernies in the Senate. We need 60s if you want to see Bernie rule with an iron fist. I personally don't. He heard you? Yeah, I guess.
So I guess what I'm asking is both. What can the 7 DSA who at least are going to enter into the
veto proof? Look, if you're getting vetoed, then you got bigger problems. You know what I mean? Like, what do you want? 67 Bernies, and I don't even know what the veto proof 2/3 would be in the House, but imagine it's like 380 or something.
House and the Progressive Caucus. What can they do to communicate that we're doing our job to the extent that we can, but we need more from the people?
Sam, that's a great question, and it's something I wrestle with, you know, as a United States Senator. I think we got to take the case to the people. That's what I think. I think on, you know, as you know, people like me and Alexandria.
Okay, if that's your strategy, Bernie, then you need to step aside. You need to go out there and recruit and pass the torch to younger messengers who can connect, because it's not working, bro.
We're far left, we're communists, we're not extremists. The truth of the matter is that the issues that we are fighting for is what the vast majority of the American people want. So what we've got to do is get out of the Beltway, which is an unbelievable bubble, and take it to the people. And when millions of people say, sorry, you guys in Washington, give up your goddamn campaign contributions for a change and start working for us, we can do it. But we got to rally the American people around an agenda that makes sense for working families. We got to be very clear about what that agenda is. Go out, bring people in, and put external pressure on the Congress.
See, I used to believe in this back in 2016 and 2020. I would be like, yeah, Bernie's right. We got to convince more people. Now I am disillusioned with the idea that we can just convince enough people to get what we want. I think we need to incrementally get there through getting better people elected who take the position that we want. Like this idea of just like getting the people worked up is impossible because these are $1 trillion industries we're taking on that will run a few ads. I mean, they just unlimited money to fight this stuff. There would have to be some like huge event that goes down. I mean, even the pandemic couldn't force Medicare for all. Like what is going to happen? There would have to be some like huge cultural event or something that goes down that gets enough people pissed off that Congress is forced to do this. So it just doesn't seem realistic, man. National strike. Yeah, but like what would cause a national strike, you know? Every single one of his proposals is 80-20. I believe it is. I mean, the polling shows that people support Medicare for all. But you start asking them, oh, so we're going to get rid of your private insurance and we're going to open up the gates to millions of more people to go see your doctor. Is that cool? They're like, whoa, wait a second now. Hold on. My doctor? I already have a hard enough time seeing my doctor. And, you know, I don't want to be competing with more people there. I fought hard to get my job. I like my insurance. It's nice. It's like, yeah, but it costs too much and not everybody has it and it's not comprehensive enough. It's like, yeah, but I don't want to, you know, I don't want to water it down. It's not going to water it down. We'll get more doctors and more offices and all that. It's like, yeah, I don't know about that, bro. And then you just get the argument like, do you really want the government running this or that? Look how the government runs this and look how the government runs that. So I just think the only solution is to incrementally increase the people covered by Medicare and show people the sky isn't falling. That's it. And that's what Biden was doing. Biden ran on a public option. I think he would have pursued that in a second term if he had the energy and if he got a chance. Biden fought along with all the Democrats to get Medicare to negotiate drug prices for the first time ever in the Inflation Reduction Act. That was in 2022. That was a huge step. I mean, you're talking tens of billions of dollars in drugs and saving money for the American people. And that's it. That's the only way, man. America's just too big, too complicated to do big things like that. Just like home ownership, people are ultimately selfish. Yeah, exactly. Like if you go out there and say, we're going to build 10 million new homes in your neighborhood, people are going to be like, whoa. What do you mean in my neighborhood? I thought you were going to build that somewhere else. Like, nope, right here. You got a lot of open land. Yeah, I like that. I like not seeing a bunch of houses. I like not seeing a bunch of traffic. Like, oh no, we'll deal with all that. Don't worry. We'll expand the roads and we'll build a few grocery stores. Like, we'll be able to handle all that. And they're like, I don't know, man. I'm a little weary about that. It's already takes me 10 minutes to go to the local mall. And now it'd probably take me 30 minutes with what you're proposing. So I just think you got to deal with people's concerns. You got to lead with that. You can't be like, let's expand Medicare. That shouldn't be your opening line. Your opening line should be, I got a plan to hire a shit ton more doctors so we can speed up everybody's wait times. And that will allow us to get more people into the system. Now we're talking.
You had a full slate. I mean, there's still folks who are running of endorsers, of endorsees, I guess I should say, going forward. And I'm really.
Yeah, like I'll let this play. I just want to say, instead of Medicare for all, they should be running on, let's get 1 million more doctors in America, right? Like something like 10 million more doctors in America so that we all benefit. That I feel like that would go over better than Medicare for all. Just focus on something like that. Or like Vishy said, like, let's get 1 million more hospitals, whatever, 100,000 more hospitals. That's my plan. 100,000 more hospitals so that everybody can see lower wait times and better service. I feel like that would be kind of a backhand way to get Medicare for all, instead of just scaring people by saying you're going to allow millions of more to use the same system.
Fascinated by as we're watching this movement grow, and watching more people get elected, sharing these same issue sets. How do you calculate, where are you going to place endorsements and where not? I mean, we just had Francesca Hong lose by a hair in Wisconsin, and impossible to know, exactly whether an endorsement from you or AOC would make a difference. But how do you, and I keep using the example of that game Risk, which I played as a kid, where you don't move to Kamchatka until you have enough on Irkutsk or something. How do you calibrate that?
That's a good question, and something that we in our political movement think about a whole lot. I think for a start, we don't want to overextend ourselves and promise more than we can provide.
What else were you doing, Bernie? What other campaigns are going on that needed your resources? Again, more bullshit, in my opinion, from Bernie. Hate to call him out on it. I think it's bullshit. We don't want to overextend our resources. What are you focused on if not this? What do you mean? This woman was the face of your movement, your ideology, and you couldn't spare some resources? You couldn't even endorse her? Well, that doesn't take any resources for you to endorse her. It takes nothing.
So we take, and second of all, I am a United States Senator. Am I familiar with the agricultural problems facing farmers in Wisconsin? I am not. Do I know something about what's going on nationally? I do. So for a start, most of our focus, with a few exceptions, has been on U.S. Senate races, Maine, Michigan, Minnesota, maybe elsewhere, and congressional races, a lot of congressional races. Also, we have supported dozens and dozens of what we call down ballot candidates, people running literally for school board, city council, mayor, state legislature. Why are we doing that? And that is to create, in a sense, a farm team. These are the young people who 10, 20 years from now will be national leaders. And we want to help them get elected, get the experience that they need. And then furthermore, when we look at a campaign, for example, you got wonderful victories that took place in mayor's races in Seattle, Washington, D.C. We were not involved in those races. So we can't do everything. But what we do, we want to do well and give the kind of support to those candidates that they may need.
I'm not buying it. Think about it. What if they helped her win the primary? So what if she loses the general? Who cares? Think about that. They would have the Democratic Party's nomination for governor in a swing state. Even if she loses, who cares? Everybody's acting like her losing would be a huge setback for DSA or Bernie's movement or progressives. I don't think so at all. I think people would look at it as a huge success story. Like, wow, that's incredible. Like, you got that huge nomination for an important position. And I'm willing to bet it would have been pretty close in the general. And I think she could have won too. So just seems like a lost opportunity to help promote your movement, your cause. It would have brought in so many new people and got so many people excited over the next 80 plus days to see her going around with that nomination and campaigning. I do not get his answer. I cannot. I think he's just lying. I think he's full of shit. I think, as you guys have pointed out, they thought she would lose, that she was a disaster, there would be more cringe from her, that she would be an embarrassment. And guess what? Every DSA candidate is an embarrassment. Every single one of them has these cringe posts from 6 years ago talking about colonization and whiteness and hating on America, every single one of them, because that's what DSA is. What do you mean? As if anybody involved in DSA went the last 6 years without posting a huge amount of cringe on social media. Give me a break. That's the entire movement. That's what they are. They America haters. They are single issue for the most part. They are pie in the sky weirdos. They're mostly people who have failed, including this Hong woman. She failed at running a restaurant and, of course, blames capitalism. So, like, what do you mean, man? This is the clay you got to work with here, champ. I feel bad for Francesca. I kind of feel bad for her, too. I feel like I'm the only person out there who is defending her. Even her DSA comrades aren't defending her. They're throwing her under the bus, too. Bernie throwing her under the bus. They all allowed her to fail and drown and are like, good riddance. It's like, dude, she's the tip of the iceberg. What do you mean? Every single one of you DSA freaks is a weirdo with crazy posts from the past. That was probably child's play, what she was putting out there. I guarantee the other ones and future DSA candidates will have just as crazy things, if not worse. Why wouldn't they? That's what they sit around and talk about all day long. As if these DSA people are normal people and just have total normal conversations about politics, right? It's all Brianna Joy Gray freaks.
That's kind of the yeah.
I mean, that makes sense to me. Let me ask you this question. The South Carolina has moved into the front of the Democratic primary season for the presidential election. I know you have a little experience with South Carolina. What's your sense? Will that make a difference? I mean, because I don't know. My instinct is to think that, like, on some level, South Carolina is going to be perceived as a mulligan on something like that, because there's going to be enough candidates who are saying, we're not going to compete in South Carolina. We're going to start this in state number 2.
I think I have a tendency to agree with you on that. But the other thing that I would say, Sam, is that we spend far too much time. We have never-ending campaigns in America. There are countries that have their national elections in a month. Hours drag on year after year. I would say that right now, as Americans, we should be focusing on the enormous crises facing our country: massive income and wealth inequality, oligarchy, a corrupt campaign finance system, broken healthcare system, highest rate of childhood poverty of any major country on earth, seniors struggling economically. Let's focus on the issues. Let's figure out where we go from here. And I think your national leaders will rise to the surface based on their abilities.
You mentioned child poverty. I'm just curious. We cut child poverty almost in half over the course of a year.
We? Who's that we? You mean Biden? You mean the establishment? You mean the Democrats? Like, good on Sam to point this out. He's talking about the enhanced child tax credit and the impact it had on child poverty. It was already pretty low. It's like 12%. It got cut to 6% or something for a year because of the enhanced child tax credit due to the American Rescue Plan. That was Biden. That was the Democrats. That was not DSA. That was the establishment that these guys shit on all day long. And now you want to praise it. Okay.
Course of a year, and then as a political body of the country, we just decided, that was interesting, and it all it melted away. I have theories about that, but like, what's your take on just how the country seemed to just sort of blow by that?
Well, we had a 50-50 split Senate, dude. Small majority in the House. Also, we lost the majority in the House. It got turned over to the Republicans for the final 2 years of Biden's administration. So that plus a 50-50 split Senate, and GG, man. Maybe if people like you, Sam, advocated for moderate and normal Democrats, we would have held on to the House. Maybe we would have even more progressive senators in 2023. But you guys chose to shit on Biden every chance you had, from dumb shit like the East Palestine train wreck to the rail strike to Gaza to whatever, man, because they just crapped on Democrats all day long. And now they're like, what happened? Why couldn't we do more? Why couldn't we do more when under Biden? I don't get it. I don't know. Maybe because you people like you were fighting us tooth and nail every step of the way, you jackass.
It wasn't the country. It was a guy named Donald Trump and his big, beautiful bill, etc. And you know, the point about that was, and it's a very good point, we reduced childhood poverty by expanding the child tax credit over a period of years. We reduced it by almost 50%. That tells you that policy matters, okay?
And by the way, Kamala wanted to increase it way more. She wanted to give parents $6,000 in child tax credit for the first year, if I recall correctly. Right now, it's like $3,600 or something, but she wanted to give them $6,000 in the first year. You get a child tax credit. That's not a deduction. That's a credit, meaning you're going to get that money even if you have no tax liability. So we're talking putting money in the hands of new parents. And we could have had that with Kamala. That was one of her big proposals, but nope.
Turn out for what?
Oh my God, Yeller. 46 gifted subs. Yeller's going ham. He's going hard in the paint right now. Hell yeah. Thank you, Yeller. That is huge. That is not a small gesture. That is amazing. My man. Freaking go. Yeller hit the jackpot. Yeller placed a bet on Crowley when he was down with 5% odds. Yeller, he went all in on black and he hit the jackpot on that. He told me he saw it. He knew. He knew that Crowley was cooking. Okay, 63 plus. Never underestimate Black Kings. Exactly. Exactly. Plus 46. My God. 109. Hell yeah. Let's go. That means we're going to do some unbanned requests if there are any. I think I saw at least one. It's been a minute. And let's see here. 51. 97. Wow. Right. Well played. Vishy gifting a sub in the Twitch chat. Hell yeah. Thank you, Vishy. I appreciate that, bro. Every sub is huge, man. Whether people gift $1 million or use their Prime or whatever, I am shocked and I appreciate it. I'm always surprised at what people do. You guys could just watch for free and giggle along and post witty comments, but choosing to support my little Libcuck Island, I appreciate that. Oh, Yeller's not done. 20 gifted memberships on YouTube. Hello. Yeller hooking everybody up right now. My man. All right. I see you, bro. 7 plus 20. 117. Imreal intage indeed. That's 129 over there. Hell yeah. Rancor, thank you for resubscribing on Twitch, man. Hell yeah. Libcuck Island would be a good show. I agree. Well, well, well. Okay, I'm done. Oh my. Wow. I can only say wow so many times. Yeller waltzing over to kick and hooking them up. 25 gifted kick subs. Yeller, you're a beast, man. That is gnarly. That's crazy, man. What do I even say? I appreciate it. Mike from PA will be happy to know that I can afford to live life. He DM'd me concerned that I'm unable to pay the bills because I only have 200 viewers on Twitch. Very, very nice of him to concern troll for me. It was after I called his girlfriend fat. But he was willing to put that aside and make sure I can eat at night. And he'll be happy to know that I'm doing just fine thanks to my wonderful supporters. Thank you, Mike. Mike from PA may not be doing as well, though, because his big horse that he helped, Francesca Hong, took a fat L. So I might need to do a wellness check on Mike after Tuesday night's big loss. Does anybody know if he's doing okay? Keep bed sheets away from him, man. I'm sure he ate his feelings like he normally does. Him and his girlfriend probably gorged on their feelings together. I'm sure he's doing just fine, yeah. Evacuate all couches, yeah. Hope to God. I pray for the couches in his house. I'm sure they took a beating after Francesca Hong's loss. That's for sure. So many L mics. Taking and eating. Oh, boy. It's funny because even leftists make fun of him. Like Mason will come here, One Hand Politics, the Jubilee Star, the VIP in Hassan's chat, the Hassan Abi head. He'll come in here and talk shit on Mike too. It's pretty funny. I wonder if his couch and JD Vance's couch know each other. Well, they probably share the same horrible stories, you know, treated terribly. He's just that cringe, yeah. There's a victims group. I love that Mike goes all in on this candidate and she just takes a fat L. I wonder if he actually spun it in a positive way, because everybody behind her campaign should be proud of themselves, but all of them just kind of tucked their tail between their legs and pretended it never happened, which is pretty funny. Seemed like Hassan was the only one trying to say something positive. Yeller with the 200 bits. Mike from PA, didn't he snub you at a Bernie rally? I wonder how his fat
Mike from PA? Didn't he snub you at a Bernie rally? Wonder how his fat girlfriend is doing.
Yeah, he claims to have snubbed me at some rally, but it's just totally made up. I don't even know what he's talking about. Like, I went to a rally with him back when we were friendly, believe it or not. And I saw him at Bernie's recent rally in LA, the Fight the Oligarchy, and he did not snub me in any way. I honestly have no idea what he's talking about. He never explained it. So in his mind, he made up that he snubbed me. We sat there for like 30 minutes talking in a circle with other people. So I could just reach out to those people like Parker who were there, and I don't think they would say anybody got snubbed one way or the other. So no idea what he's talking about.
We could do the same thing with childcare. We could do the same thing with healthcare, with paid family and medical leave. Policy matters. And what we have got to do as progressives is come up with an agenda that makes sense for working families and push that agenda through.
One last question, since we brought up policy, and I'll say that I think we're going to have one of the authors of
Yeah, I love that they just glaze over that Biden and the Democrats did that. Why did we get child poverty cut in half for a year? It's because Biden and those establishment Democrats that people like Sam Cedar rail against all day long and shit on and say they do nothing. And here he is praising one of their biggest achievements. And then we lost the House because of jagoffs that talk shit and crapped on the Democrats and screamed about Biden's border and immigration policy from the left. Attacked him, didn't back him up. Screamed about the railroad strike being averted by Biden and what a monster he is, right? Like, and then they wonder, why can't we get anything done? I don't get it. What happened? What happened here? I don't understand. I'm confused. Morons.
your AI equity tax. We intend to interview in the coming weeks. But I got to ask you, because it's my core brand proposition about Social Security. I know how your Social Security, you've been a massive fighter over the years. The Promise Act. Are you, this is ostensibly a bipartisan bill that is in the Senate that reporting today I saw suggested that it's going to be brought up in the after the election with essentially setting up, as far as I can tell, some type of like Simpson Bowl style commission.
Yeah.
What are we going to do about this? Do we got to do this again?
We're going to beat it. We're going to beat it. I mean, it is. I mean, it is wrong on so many levels. Not the least of which, why would you have a lame duck Congress controlled by Republicans make a fundamental decision about the most important federal program? Why would you allow that to happen in a short period of time? In my view, you know, we have been fighting for Social Security reform.
Sam Sater forming a sentence difficulty level impossible.
Just, I haven't noticed his microphone handling, but he always used to move the micro. Him and Hassan do it all the time. It's just like this nervous tick. You learn in acting that people touch their hair, people adjust their glasses, people will tap their feet when they're nervous and they don't want to express, not nervous, but they don't want to just express what they're feeling. They're trying to avoid their emotions, and they're trying to put on a show, right? And like, you'll see it, especially, no offense to women, but they'll touch their hair, they kind of move it behind their ear. Like, it's like completely unnecessary. Sam and Hassan do it with the microphone. A lot of streamers do it. The constant movement of the microphone. Like unnecessarily adjusting it over and over again. Like, dude, stop. Relax. Just talk.
What the American people want, what AARP wants, is lift the cap on taxable income so that Elon Musk doesn't end up paying the same amount into Social Security, somebody making $184,000. That's the simple, straightforward answer. That's what I will fight for. We're going to defeat this Promise Act.
All right.
Gotta happen, man. Gotta happen. We gotta raise the cap. I'm pretty sure Elizabeth Warren introduced a bill to do that with Bernie Moreno, the Republican senator from Ohio that beat Sherrod Brown in 24. Pretty sure there is bipartisanship on that.
Do you promise?
I promise we'll defeat the Promise Act.
I appreciate that. Senator Bernie Sanders, thanks so much for your time today. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, Sam. Take care.
Senator Bernie Sanders. Nice circle jerk. So many missed opportunities there to have a good conversation, to actually confront Bernie on the real challenges, to discuss why there hasn't been progress, right? But just a nice, stupid fluff interview that accomplished nothing at all. Basically, Bernie saying, we got to convince more people to support Medicare for all. And I only have so much time in the day. I can't endorse the only person on the national stage representing democratic socialism. I got to focus on dog catcher in Burlington, Vermont. So just a bunch of bullshit. Didn't even ask about Gaza. Now, you bring up an interesting point, Zaro. Notice how Israel didn't come up at all. And you say, what? That's weird. That's weird. I think it shows you a little bit of the issue fading, right? Like, Israel wasn't even mentioned. AIPAC, Gaza, genocide. The word genocide was not uttered. I think that's a sign. I take that as an interesting sign. Right. Good job. Great interview, Sam. So based. So fucking based, dude. They almost identified the problem. Almost identified the problem. Why did the Democrats not do more like the enhanced child tax credit? I wonder. They couldn't get to the bottom of it. They just blamed Trump and the Republicans. It's like, well, if Biden held on to the House and it could have another Democratic senator or two, then probably could have done some amazing things. But instead, we at the Majority Report, like many other leftist freaks, chose to shit on Biden nonstop, just like the right. And that ended up costing him the House. And we were unable to do anything with our two centrist senators, Sinema and Manchin. So great job. Brilliant, guys. Good job. Great job, guys. But I had to speak up about East Palestine and what a disaster it was. I'm always calling out anyone. I don't care who they are in power. Why couldn't we do good things, though? You think the DNC are prepping to change how they attack the general elections? I don't think the DNC should change a single thing. What do you mean? We've been winning special elections by a mile. We flipped seats we haven't had in 30 years over the last year and a half. We are kicking ass on levels we haven't seen electorally. Why would we change anything? I'd never understand the argument like, hey guys, we're winning by a mile. Let's totally change everything we're doing. This has been the argument against Ken Martin to this point. Like, we got to do something about Ken. Why? We're in debt. We're in debt. Who cares? Do you care about the DNC being in debt or winning? Because we're winning by a mile, but we're in debt. Who cares? Care? Maybe we should be in debt. All right. Speaking of Bernie's movement, we got Peggy Flanagan here. She had a big win on Tuesday in Minnesota. Tina Smith, the incumbent Democratic senator, is not running for re-election. She's retiring. So there was a fight between centrists and progressives, though it was a clean fight, and both candidates were highly qualified. Angie Craig, the congresswoman, was running, representing the more moderate position. And Peggy here won by 20%. So big win for the progressive wing of the party. No hard feelings. Angie Craig came out immediately saying she'll support her, and I'm sure we'll hold on to this no problemo. Minnesota's a blue state, but not a super blue state. It's still like one of these less than 10% blue states. So Peggy should win without any issues. But as you can see in the title, it says Peggy Flanagan welcomes Chuck Schumer on the campaign trail, but says it is time for new leadership. Wow. So my question is, if not Chuck Schumer, then whom? There's only a couple of names I've ever heard floated. The leading one is Senator Chris Van Hollen. I've never heard him express any interest in being the leader of the Democrats in the Senate. And Chris Murphy. Those are the only two names that I've ever heard, and neither of them have ever expressed any interest in running, and I've never heard them criticize Chuck Schumer either. The other thing is, like, what do people want Chuck Schumer to do? We're in the minority. There's only so much. And they're like, well, we shouldn't have given up in the budget, in the government shutdown fight. I don't think that was a Chuck Schumer problem. We had like 8 Democratic senators who were hearing it from their constituents and went as long as they could. And they decided to pull the plug and that they weren't going to win anything else. I mean, there's only so much Chuck can do there, man. So I don't see what really can change. Not be such a goober. Well, that's the other thing is like, well, what do people want to see from a majority leader in the Senate? Like, is that really a public facing position that needs to be someone charismatic, or is it more of a behind the scenes kind of guy who gets shit done? Like, this has always been my argument about Hakeem Jeffries. Is he the most charismatic guy? Is he the best person at doing interviews? No, there are more charismatic people in the House. But he seems to do a good job. He keeps the Democrats in lockstep, and they all vote for him, and nobody is ever questioning him or offering themselves or anyone else as an alternative. So obviously they like him, and I'm assuming that this Democratic senators like Chuck Schumer too. So it just kind of feels like people focused on the wrong things from the outside who have no idea how any of this works. Me included. I don't work in the Senate. I don't know what's going on there, but the Democratic senators seem to like him and they want him as their leader. So he must be doing something right. But let's hear her argument. Maybe she proposes why someone else should be in that position and what they could do differently, because I'm not really sure anyone else could do anything differently. Could they do some better media appearances? Yeah, sure, I guess. Brandon, thanks for the 100 bits for Marcus Kelly.
We want to turn now to Tuesday's other big winner in Minnesota's Democratic Senate primary, where it was not a close race. Lieutenant Governor Peggy Flanagan beat Congresswoman Angie Craig by nearly 20 points. And joining me now is the Democratic nominee for Senate, Lieutenant Governor Peggy Flanagan of Minnesota. Thank you so very much for joining me. Really appreciate it. And congratulations on your primary win.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Let's delve into the topics. Your victory speech, you said you will work to earn the vote of Congresswoman Craig's supporters. And I'm curious, what specific issues do you believe can appeal to those more moderate Democratic voters who you need to win over in the general?
Well, I think what's clear, and I am so grateful to Congresswoman Craig. We had two highly qualified women who are running for this U.S. Senate seat. She has now endorsed my campaign, and my hope is to continue to travel across the state, meeting voters wherever they're at and earning their trust and support. Congresswoman Craig and I are absolutely 100% aligned that we have to stop Michelle Tafoya from winning this seat. We know that we cannot afford to allow Donald Trump to have one more yes, sir, senator serving, to do his bidding. And I think what, we can find common ground on for folks across the state is, making sure that people can afford the lives they want to live. Folks feel squeezed, they are struggling. And those are the issues, frankly, that I expect, they want us to tackle, because that's what I've heard from folks as we travel across the state. It's not a secret that Congresswoman Craig and I don't see eye to eye on everything, but we are completely aligned in making sure that this seat remains blue. Michelle Tafoya is kept on the sidelines where she belongs, and that we take back the House and have a Democratic Senate majority as well.
That's what I'm talking about, that Democratic unity. I'm looking forward to this, man. I think we do well in the midterms, and we hit the ground running in January as a united front. We do not have people fighting in the party. We worked that shit out before January 3rd, and the 120th Congress, we come out swinging. I really think there's a very good chance that is the most likely outcome. You're going to see one ballot for speaker from the Democrats, and maybe you get a present or two here from somebody trying to make a stink. But Hakeem sailing to victory with one ballot, no drama, and we move forward. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if they all vote for him. I've been taking that position for a while, because these guys, the new members of Congress, including the DSA people, they want to be on committees. They want to try to do a good job. I don't think they're going there to fight tooth and nail Hakeem and the establishment or anything like that all day long. So let's see what happens. But yeah, I like statements like this where you've got the progressive wing of the party saying, we're united, man. We're ready to rock.
I want to get a sense of how you see this race unfolding. In the primary, you said Congresswoman Craig was beholden to corporate donors. Now you are directing that line of attack at your Republican opponent. NRSC Chair Tim Scott said earlier this week that he thinks Michelle Tafoya can put Minnesota in play. If Republicans devote resources to make this race competitive, will you also accept outside help in the form of campaign cash?
I have taken that commitment to not take a dime of corporate PAC money. This has been the campaign of the many versus the money. And I think that's a big reason why we won the primary and why we'll win again in November. Listen, Minnesotans of all political, stripes are sick and tired of corporate PACs, special interest groups putting their thumb on the scale in our elections. And, we had a resounding victory on Tuesday night where folks said said that, they want to make sure that we can end Citizens United. I think the best way to end Citizens United is to demonstrate that you can run and win strong grassroots people-powered campaigns. Does that mean I have to hustle a little bit more? Yes, but it also means that I can sleep at night because I am beholden only to Minnesotans. And I think, corporations have an incredible amount of representation in Washington. It's regular folks who need a voice in the Senate, and that's what I plan to do. I guess I'd also say, that for Michelle Tafoya, she's been talking a lot about how, people should simply skip their trip to Starbucks in the face of high fuel prices from this illegal war in Iran. I think that's pretty disconnected from what regular Minnesotans are facing every single day. And, our opportunity is to just continue to make sure that people know there's one person who's fighting for Minnesotans, and there's one person who's going to, fight for Donald Trump and be a loyal soldier to him, and that's Michelle Tafoya.
Well,
I'm not a big fan of this strategy of tying one hand behind our back. I mean, the Republicans are going to flood the airwaves with ads attacking her and associating her with all sorts of terrible things. And you're like, well, I'm going to take this principled stance of no help from super PACs, no PAC involvement, nothing. And I think I'll be rewarded for that for the people. Well, you're competing with millions of dollars in ads trashing you then, and you think the people are going to be able to see past that and just know that you're not taking that money. They don't even know what super PACs are or what super PAC money is, or they don't understand money in politics. I don't think your average person is sitting around steaming about money in politics to the point where they understand, oh, there's a bunch of bad commercials about the person I like because of corporate money, but she doesn't take the money, so she's going to win people's hearts and minds. Like, I think it's perfectly fine to have the position that you want to get rid of money in politics and use the tools available and play the game to win. That's more important to me than your principles. I don't give a shit about your principles. I give a shit about you winning that seat and pushing forward your policies. Her principled stance better not cost us that seat. Yeah, like even Bernie said, it's different in the general. Primary, you can take that position and it's your risk. But now you're taking a risk for the general. I think that's a bit of a different story, You can't compete with tens of millions of dollars of ads on TV just trashing you over and over and over, Does she need it, Minnesota? Probably not. I think Minnesota's pretty safely blue. So I think that's the only reason why she's taking this position, because she knows her chances of losing are pretty slim. But it does concern me that we're getting more and more of these candidates who are going into a gunfight with a knife and think, I'm going to keep it clean and fair and I do the honorable thing. It's like, and then they get shot and they're like, what happened? Ow. That's not fair. Well, welcome to the game, man. I'm a firm believer of I welcome any and all support, but I will not change my views just because you donate. Yeah, why not say something like that? Like, listen, if the crypto industry and APAC and all these super PACs want to run ads for me, then that's on them. But I'm not going to turn down any support. I'm not going to coordinate with them, of course, but I still am going to stick to my guns and say that when I get in there, I'm going to do everything I can to make sure that our politics is clean and we get money out of politics, but I can't stop other people from doing things. I mean, I don't know. I just think it's kind of like a privileged thing to do, and it's a little unfair to the candidates that are in more competitive races. But she's not talking shit on those people, at least. But you got to win first and foremost, man. Like, you can be the most principled person in the world, but if you don't win, you're not doing shit.
Speaking of Michelle Tafoya, I want to play a little bit of what she told Minnesota Public Radio yesterday. Get your reaction on the other side. Take a look.
When I believe something is right, I will go with it. When I believe something's wrong, I have the spine to stand up to it. And I'm going to do that. I'm an independent thinker, and we're going to welcome everyone into this camp.
She's effectively making the case there that she will stand up to President Trump when she believes it is necessary. Do you believe that message could resonate with independent voters and make your path more challenging?
I mean, I think there, are two kinds of Republicans. There are MAGA Republicans who are proud Trump supporters, and there are MAGA Republicans who are afraid of Donald Trump. And it is clear that Donald Trump will be the one who is essentially telling Michelle Tafoya what to do. We already know, again, that she has, taken the stance that this illegal war in Iran is A-OK with her as we watch the cost of fuel go up for folks, fertilizer prices. We were just out at Farm Fest where, farmers in Minnesota were telling me that they are absolutely being squeezed. The, just chaos and unpredictability that's happening under this president is ridiculous. The weather is hard to control, and you shouldn't have to also deal with the chaos coming out of the Trump administration and Republicans like Michelle Tafoya who are going to continue to give him, whatever he wants. I guess I'd also say, this past year has been incredibly difficult for our state as we, endured Operation Metro Surge. This is another place where, Michelle Tafoya is out of step with Minnesotans and lockstep with Donald Trump. She said, ICE treated children really, really well. Well, I think, Liam Conejo Ramos would beg to differ, our little guy in the blue bunny hat, and the children who've had, their parents disappeared and detained. We don't need another senator who is going to empower this lawless entity that's been allowed to kill 2 Minnesotans with impunity and wreak absolute chaos and violence in communities all across the United States. It has to stop, and we deserve a senator who's going to stand up to Trump.
You do take me to my next question, which is about that. You have said that you want to rip ICE apart. Is that effectively calling to abolish ICE? Do you want to abolish ICE?
I think what we need is an immigration system, but we need an immigration system that, is grounded in public safety and that is grounded in dignity and making sure that we have a pathway to citizenship. We can absolutely have secure borders, but, what we have witnessed literally in the streets here of Minnesota is that Donald Trump's ICE has, detained people simply if they are people of color. I'm a member of the Native American community, and they were detaining Native people who are literally native to this country simply because of the color of their skin. This is out of control. And I think, when we see over $240 billion being given to this agency that is essentially just functioning as a, private police force for Donald Trump, terrorizing our communities, we can absolutely do better. We need to hold these folks accountable for what they've done here in Minnesota.
So, Lieutenant Governor Flanagan, yes or no abolish ICE? Yes or no on abolishing ICE? I'm not clear on where you stand there.
I believe we need an immigration system. ICE has been around.
So replace ICE? You're saying replace ICE with a new system? Are you saying that ICE should be replaced with a new system?
I think this immigration system is broken, and we need to make sure that we are restoring and repairing and healing what they have broken. I am so clear that this week, as we're having a conversation about whether or not ICE should be spending millions of dollars on electric gloves that are going to shock individuals and detainees, what kind of conversation are we having? It is an agency that is grounded in terror and violence and intimidation. That is, what they are doing in communities across the country. The American people deserve better, and we need an immigration system that takes public safety into account, grounded in dignity, a pathway to citizenship that, is is not what Donald Trump is offering right now. And I want to hold this administration accountable for the economic impact on our communities, for the trauma that they have caused our children, and for the lives that have been lost, not just here in Minnesota, but 9 other individuals who have been killed by this agency. It's outrageous, and we need a new immigration system grounded in the things that I just outlined.
Holy lengthy answer, man. Jesus Christ. She'll make a great member of Congress. They all talk for like 5 minutes straight anytime they answer a question. Yeah, I have mixed feelings. I wanted to hear out the whole exchange there because, yes, I agree. Kristen Welker is it? I think it's Kristen Welker. She's trying to farm a clip with the abolish ICE gotcha. And kudos to Peggy for not taking the bait and actually giving a decent answer. But I think, as you guys pointed out, she should have leaned into the part of the answer about we need a strong immigration system. I want to hear more of that from our Democrats because we believe in a strong border. I'd love to live in a world where anybody could come here and we don't need to have strong border enforcement and it's not a concern, but we don't live in that world. So we as the Democratic Party believe in public safety and we believe in vetting people who come into this country. I mean, that's not a crazy thing. Any country would do that. We believe that it should be easier, that we have room, that we can work with people better, and the people that are already here should be given a chance to come out of the shadows. You don't have to talk about all that, but I would like to hear in the same breath as we need a decent immigration system that's humane, that isn't intimidating Americans, isn't killing Americans, isn't using electric gloves to detain them, isn't being a private army for Trump. In the same breath, which I think is fine, especially in a place like Minnesota, who's been like ground zero for ICE's craziness with, remember, Alex Preddy and Renee Good were in Minnesota. So that part of the answer is fine, but couple that with, I believe in a strong border, and we do need a federal police force to work with state, local officials on pinpoint raids like under Biden, where we go after some criminals because there are bad people out there. And so I do support that, but not like this. And this is a out of control ICE that needs some serious reform. I mean, why not give a little more on that side of it too, But her other part is fine. I mean, I think she needs to be a little soy. She needs to lean into the attacks on ICE in her state because it's such a important issue in a state like Minnesota. It's important all across the U.S. for Democrats, and even Republicans are unhappy with the way ICE has handled itself, right? But
if she said yes or no, it would have made both me and Pisco happy. That was a classic yes or no.
Yes or no. Yes or no. Yeah, Pisco would have appreciated that questioning by Kristen Welker. I kid. Pisco's a debate pervert. He loves the art of debate. Hutch is my boy. Yeah, what if Peggy Flanagan said, look, ICE is my boy, but ICE is not doing well right now and needs some serious reform and a spanking. GOP pats themselves in the back for dodging questions all the time. Yeah, the thing is, she wasn't even dodging the question, right? She just kind of like word salad and way too verbose. Like, what are you doing? Just make it short and sweet, because she wasn't even dodging it, really. She was like, I believe we need strong immigration enforcement, basically saying, no, I don't believe in abolishing ICE. Long-winded, yeah. It's all good. She's going to be fine. I'm not worried about it. This is just nitpicking, whatever.
Very quickly, I want to ask you about what you told Politico in relation to Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer. You said you think there should be a new voice for the role of Democratic leader. Who?
This is the interesting part to me. This is what I was waiting for. You don't support Chuck Schumer, huh?
Who is that voice, and would you welcome a voice in relation to Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer? You said you think there should be a new voice for the role of Democratic leader. Who is that voice, and would you welcome Chuck Schumer on the campaign trail?
I mean, Chuck Schumer and I have already had a conversation. I am grateful for the leadership that he has provided, and what I have heard clearly from people all across Minnesota. Yeah, absolutely. But what I have heard from people all across Minnesota is they are ready for bold fighters. They are ready, to ensure that we have voices that are grounded in making sure that people can afford the lives they want to live. And I think it is time for new leadership. I am grateful to have the support of many members of the U.S. Senate and folks who came out early in support of our campaign and what it is that we're building. I look forward to winning this race, getting there, and helping to elect leadership that's ready for big, bold change.
All right, Lieutenant Governor Peggy Flanagan, we're going to watch your race very carefully. Really appreciate your time. Thanks so much.
Well, I wasn't expecting her to name names on who could replace Chuck, but she didn't dodge the question. It's not a comfortable question. I mean, I welcome him to campaign, but I think it's time we get new leadership. Now, she worded it well in saying that I'm hearing that from the people. That's smart. A lot of people out there, in my opinion, unfairly, are blaming Chuck Schumer and Democratic leadership for not fighting hard enough. I think it's unfounded, unfair. There's very little you can do from the minority, but that's how people feel, and you're really gonna struggle if you go against how the people feel, whether it's warranted or not. And so she's smart to tap into that, because I guarantee people tell her all the time, Chuck Schumer sucks. Why not ride that wave, even if you disagree? I don't know. But it's also smart not to give away your vote for free. You know, that's politics. Like, hey, she may end up voting for Chuck Schumer for majority leader, but she may get something for it, which could be a committee assignment, could be, who knows? I don't know what can be offered. Nicer office. I don't know. You know, she's at the bottom of the totem pole. Maybe she can go up a couple pegs by withholding her vote and support. You never know. But whatever it is, I want to see these guys show up on January 3rd when the 120th Congress is sworn in, be united, all behind one person, whoever that is. And I'm not keeping count. Maybe you guys are, but I believe she's the second person I've heard say that they want to see new leadership. I think El Sayed is the only other one. Have any other candidates or senators stated that they would support someone else and that we need someone else? I can't recall anyone else saying that, but El Sayed and her now. And if we win the Senate, it's going to be a 51-seat majority, most likely. That means everybody's a king. The interrupting owl Binface. Are you calling Kristen Welker an owl? Corner office. Hell yeah, dude. Private meeting with the Baileys? Who the hell are the Baileys? All right. Peggy Flanagan. Go, Peggy. What time is it? We're almost 3 hours in. I don't know how much more I'll do here. Well, these are kind of lengthy things that I have here. Oh, Chuck Schumer, imaginary family. I see the family he uses as an example for real Americans. Yeah, we've got a 45-minute interview with Ro Khanna on NPR. I've got a 52-minute interview with Kamala Harris. and a 30-minute interview with Hakeem Jeffries. Like, everything is long. Let me see if there's anything else. "2028, Gretchen Whitmer with Gavin Newsom." I'm surprised he's still doing his little podcasts. Oh, we got the leftist mafia. Let's see how they're taking the Hong L.
Everything. Like
Yeah.
if so many people were
Oh, you're in for an amazing show, my friends. We're just going to talk about video games. That's it.
So far I've seen leftists completely ignoring Francesca Hong's loss, which I find shocking. I'm curious if these guys will pretend like it never happened as well, because this was like DSA on the national stage and barely losing. You think they would be celebrating it and talking about what a huge success this was. Obviously, we wanted to win, but we didn't. But all I'm seeing is leftists ignoring what happened. So let's see if these guys followed suit.
Yeah. How long have you had it? Turn into a root canal, because even though I've never.
I think that's what helped to prevent a lot of the potential cavities I maybe would have had.
You also
but I mean,
they're talking about cavities.
And it's just, I don't know.
It's also really uncomfortable, and I always feel really bad because if you're a dental, and I've talked to my niece about this.
More dentistry.
Based on how they vote. So.
Oh, 1,000%.
I'm sure there's
My dentist watches Destiny. I've said this before, but I should say it more often. My dentist, he knows about my stream. He watched Destiny's election stream. He said he doesn't like the drama stuff, so he hasn't been paying attention as much. But he likes the politics. When Destiny does politics. I don't know if he's like DGG. I doubt that. But my dentist is a Destiny fan, though he's not happy with the drama. He has told me that. I saw him like 3 weeks ago.
Teeth are just a crazy thing, because like you never think about them until there's a problem. Like until you have pain, it's like the worst pain ever.
Still talking about the dentist.
What's forward now? I should have.
Time is
earlier.
a motherfucker. Sure. Maybe just like duration of time. It's so thorough, so they've got to have like a certain criteria, I'm assuming. Most cons will reach out to us and will be like, yeah, we don't have anybody on this day, so you can come on this day. So if you are, seeking to get on the show, just shoot your shot at us, because a lot of the time the show.
But haven't been on since 20. Well, no, Autumn Brown only.
Slow news week. Yeah, what's going on here, guys? This is how long into their show? I don't know. 30 minutes in, and they're talking about this nonsense. Okay, come on. Talking about AI. Get like, why would they not be so excited to talk about this? I understand it's a loss and it's heartbreaking, but like, what a success story for Francesca Hong.
Imagery or video or anything like that. I think they thought people would want this stuff.
And
yeah.
And that's why they have to have it toggled on automatic. Like wants this shit, so you're forcing it on everybody.
And he's like, you know what? Let me actually outsource the Chat GPT. It's like a muscle. If you don't use it, it's gonna grow weaker.
Yeah.
So,
and look, if anybody should be relying on AI chat for social interaction, it should be.
So they've talked about dentistry and AI so far. Maybe they're waiting for more guests to show up, and that's why. All right, let me go back to my homepage. Who watches that boring shit? I don't know, man. How many people are watching that anyways? I'm looking at Humanist Report. He's got 788,000 subscribers and 484 people watching. That's on YouTube. I don't know if he streams on other platforms. A socialist appears on Fox News. Okay. Let's see what Fox is up to. JD Vance interview. Wow. Okay. California under fire. Just looking for like interesting guests. Not seeing anything interesting there. Red Eagle. Red Eagle's only fun to watch when Republicans take a fat L. Especially when he's live, watching him cope in real time. Which I'm hoping for some fantastic Red Eagle streams coming up with the midterms. CNN, nothing exciting there. Msnow. Kennedy Center. Peggy Flanagan. John Ossoff. I have zero interest in running for president in 2028. Wow. Well, my monthly 2028 Dem candidate poll says otherwise, buddy.
The U.S. Senate race in Maine is competitive, even after a major change on the Democratic side, right?
Democrats are doing 5 points better this month with.
By the way, did you guys see that Graham Plattner is going to headline some Labor Day event? What? Like, first, why would he do that? Number one, is he like, I understand he wants to rehabilitate his image, but it's been like weeks and the crowd's going to go ballistic. Nobody's going to cheer for him or anything. What? Yeah. Let me see if I can find it. Plattner Labor Day. Look, this is crazy. This is going to get canceled for sure. But who thought this was a good idea? What idiot thought this was a good idea? Graham Plattner announced as speaker at Maine Labor Day rally.
You sure he isn't just serving oysters in a food truck?
That's a good one. Yeah, true. Nah, he's actually working there. He'll be shucking oysters for the crowd. Back to his day hobby. If Plattner speaks at the event, it would be one of his first public appearances since he ended his Senate campaign. Way too early, dude. No, why? This is terrible. This is a horrible idea. This is so bad. Who thought this would be? This is just so awful on so many levels. This guy quit because of a valid rape accusation. Why would he be speaking at your event weeks after that? That's crazy. Hey, man, no charges. Innocent till proven guilty, I guess. So stupid, man. I don't know how or why. Like, the only excuse I could see is that if this was already planned months ago and somebody forgot to cancel and somebody noticed, like a reporter noticed he's on the schedule. But the fact that this hasn't been like corrected or anything is crazy to me. Like, in what world can Graham Plattner just go up on stage and give a speech and expect anything but boos and silence from the crowd? I mean, what What does this event think is going to happen? That's wild to me, man. All right, these guys off AI yet? Are they going to talk about Francesca?
Now, if I'm into the content of the video, I'll click on the video and watch it. But it's if you relying on AI for your thumbnail, you're probably relying on AI.
Nope. They're just stalling for time, hoping the episode runs out before they have to address Francesca Hung.
Troy
Jackson. They were with Graham Plattner.
Who knew? Troy Jackson, who replaced Graham Plattner in July, leads Republican Senator Susan Collins by 2 points within the poll's margin of error. Other recent Fox News polling has shown Democrats leading in several key Senate races in Georgia. Senator John Ossoff leads Republican Congressman Mike Collins by 13 points. In North Carolina, former Governor Roy Cooper is ahead of Michael Whatley by 9 points. In Ohio, former Senator Sherrod Brown leaves Senator John Husted by 8 points. In Iowa, State Representative Josh Turek is ahead of Congresswoman Ashley Hinson by 4 points.
Wow. That's not what I saw. Wow, this is news to me. So the most recent poll I saw showed Turek behind his Republican challenger. This is great. Look at that. There's our path to victory right there. If this holds, we don't have to do anything else. This doesn't even include Alaska. So Ossoff is a hold. Maine is a flip. Texas is a flip. Iowa's a flip. Ohio's a flip. North Carolina's a flip. That's 5 seats right there. No Michigan. Well, Michigan is a hold. I'm thinking flips. So this doesn't include Alaska, which I would argue is one of our big pickup opportunities too. I'm surprised at that +4 for Iowa. That's great news. This is a Fox News poll too, guys. This is not a internal garbage poll done for El Sayed's campaign or something like that. This is a serious poll. That is alarming news for the Republicans. John Ossoff +13 is insane. That is crazy.
And in Texas, State Representative James Tallarico leads Attorney General Ken Paxton by 3 points.
And then Troy Jackson by 2, of course. And you never know how things are going to go. There's also another race out there in Alaska where you have a very strong Democratic candidate there that may be far more competitive than Alaska usually is. But again, it's early. I always say it's early until after all the votes have been counted, and then you can actually see. But nobody knows how this is going to break. Republicans have a massive advantage financially going into the fall. We'll see, though, if that makes any difference or not, because right now things certainly look like they're trending Democratic. Let's bring in now Msnow congressional reporter Kevin Fry. Kevin, you've been up in Maine. Are you surprised by these numbers that Graham Plattner in June was down by 3 points to Susan Collins? Now in July, you actually have Troy Jackson up 2 points. What's your read about what's going on in Maine?
Well, one, I would add the caveat, as we always have to when it comes to Maine, that obviously Susan Collins overperforms expectations when it comes to some of the polling. But I will say that when it comes to just the general feeling on the ground when I was there the last time, there was obviously a desire for change, and there was some energy around the idea of finally getting rid of Collins. And so to replace someone in Graham Plattner with someone like Troy Jackson, who has some of the same sort of storyline, which is this working class individual. At least that's the image that's being put out there publicly. He checks a lot of the boxes that these folks were looking for, which is essentially a change agent, someone that comes into Washington who is not from Washington, who's not of the Beltway politic. And so in some ways they were swapping out one for another, but obviously with a ton of less baggage.
Other caveat is the polling so far has been horrendous. From Michigan to Wisconsin,
absolutely.
Like not even close. One of the races we saw there among those polled, the most comfortable lead for a Democrat is John Ossoff in Georgia for the moment. And I understand you went and spent some time with him. What was your takeaway from that conversation?
Yeah, I mean, part of the reason we wanted to chat with him is he's obviously had a lot of these breakout moments, not only on the legislative front, but also just in the campaign ads and so forth. So if you've been tracking any of this, obviously he's had some key exchanges with with Trump administration officials in the last couple of months, particularly the one with Jay Clayton when he was trying to get confirmed as DNI, where he asked him directly, who won the 2020 election? Couldn't answer the question. Asked him again and again and again. So part of what we wanted to talk to him about was why that works and why that's able to cut through at a time when there's so much in the media ecosystem. And some of it, both talking to him and also to some Democratic strategists, is that he just sticks to one idea. He's not coming in wanting to, one, speechify, which is what some of his Democratic colleagues do, but also he's coming in with this desire to actually get an actual answer. But then couple that, of course, with, as I mentioned, these very glossy campaign ads that his team has been rolling out that are resonating well beyond Georgia, especially at a time when Democrats are looking for someone who comes out and can speak bluntly and also, quite frankly, shows a little bit of fight to him. So that all lends to a natural question, which is part of what I asked him.
Is it fair to say that you're thinking about a 2028 run for president?
No, I have zero interest in running for president in 2028. In these hearings, as I conduct oversight, I am trying to faithfully execute my solemn obligations under the Constitution as a United States Senator to conduct vigorous oversight of the most out-of-control presidential administration in American history.
Do you have
zero? I think he's got to say that right now, right? Like he's running, he is interviewing, running for a job that has nothing to do with that. And he has to stay focused on the job he's asking for, which is to be a senator. I'm sure he's thinking about it though. I'm sure, but he's not going to say that. And he probably hasn't put any work into it so he can get away with that. But he's just built for it. The guy's like 6'4", maybe even taller. If you go Google how tall is Jon Ossoff, nothing comes up because nobody knows. I don't know why. It's very strange. Let's see how tall Kevin Fry is. Maybe we can figure that out. He's kind of towering over him. How tall is Msnow Kevin? Public records do not list an official height for political reporter Kevin Fry. Damn. But he just looks like presidential material, right? Tall, good-looking guy. Carries himself with weight, gravitas. Very confident. Seems to be resonating with people. Comes from the South, a red state. That's important. The only concern is losing him. Yes, it looks pretty good for Keisha Lance Bottoms to flip the governor's seat in Georgia, since he'll probably bring out a lot of people and she'll feel the down ballot effects of that. Hopefully he can get her across the finish line. But who would she replace him with? And would we lose a very charismatic, important figure in the Senate? Tough call, but it's up to him, really. Jen, thank you for re-upping your membership on YouTube. I appreciate that.
What do you make of the attention you're getting about the prospect of a 2028 run?
My purpose is not to gain attention. My purpose is to do my job and do it well.
And the ever on message, Jon Ossoff, who is, of course, first needs to deal with a 2026 re-election win, his first time trying to retain that seat for another term. He was very keen on making sure that we knew about the successes that his oversight work has had beyond just the scope of interrogating Trump administration officials, including looking at prison reform back home in Georgia.
Yeah, I mean, he's wise not to talk about it right now before this Senate election, but there's going to be a lot of talk around him, especially if he wins and by the margin it's looking like at the moment. Some of those other races, John, what jumps out to you in that poll?
I mean, certainly, again, one polling has been bad, but those are very good numbers for Democrats right now. And I think two states that just jumped out at me were ones that have sort of flown under the radar a little bit: Ohio and Iowa. These are two states that, 12, 16 years ago were the definition of battlegrounds, Joe, but they've really trended red in recent cycles. Trump has won them handily, particularly Ohio, some Democrats thought like, well, we can't even play there anymore. But there is one Democrat who does win statewide there, and that's Senator Sherrod Brown. He lost, but now he's back and up 8 again. All the caveats, but that's very interesting. And in Iowa too, where Democrats have the shot to win back the Senate and the governor's mansion in that state, another one that really had been going red in recent years. To me, those are huge warning signs for the GOP.
Well, you're right. I mean, I don't trust any polls right now. You look at these poll numbers, though, the ones that really jump out at me are the 2 that you talked about. Ohio seems to be gone. And listen, if anybody can win that race, Democrats have the candidate that can win that race there in 2026. He's a populist, and Brown, again, has built a really good rapport with working class people in Ohio. But +8, nah, it's not +8. I mean, I think if you look at Ohio and Iowa, if Democrats do happen to win those states because it's a wave, I'd be surprised if it was outside 2 points. I mean, those 2 states over the past 10 years have turned really red.
Well, I saw Cook Political Report shifted some Ohio races to the left. See if I can find that. Just today. Cook Political Report, Ohio. Well, I guess it was 3 days ago. I mean, they shifted Max Miller's seat to toss-up. That's the guy who's going through something with his domestic violence charges and all that crap. But I could have sworn I saw Cook move some other Ohio seats just today. Don't remember. Let me see what is Max Miller's PVI rating for his district. Max Miller, Ohio. He represents Ohio's 7th congressional district. I just want to see the PVI rating because they're calling it a toss-up. That's an R+5. I'd argue that was already a toss-up. Yeah, just toss-up is interesting. All right. See if these boys talking about Hong yet.
She had this economic message that was more populist.
Yeah.
Alone, was going to win. Chris said he ended up voting for Crowley, saying, so I have a couple of attacks.
Like they think like.
I agree wholeheartedly with both of what you're saying, although I'm
getting really bad.
Okay.
All those streaming platforms are full of full-on AI. And I don't mean like and it gets tons of, it's up there with like video. Like it's a cartoon image.
And I mean, I pick it up immediately, but I guess there are people out there who don't
agree wholeheartedly with both of what you're saying, although I will, but that's
used for the case of a meme where the point.
And I mean, like they have
based on the lyrics,
details about why she lost. Well, so I did have other stuff to get to. So, as you all know, there was the Francesca Hong election in Wisconsin. She unfortunately lost, but we're getting some additional details about why she lost. I know that a lot of people cited her lack of ads, which is a big thing. Another was the Thanksgiving tweet. And I'll kind of go through this, but I'm sure you both would be surprised to learn that her opponent, the moderate Democrat, David Crowley, the Republicans are calling him a socialist, surprisingly. So that is their main attack, seemingly, so far. So I have a couple of attacks that I'll play of him by the Republican opponent, Tom Tiffany, who, by the way, if you've ever listened to this guy talk, he is the least charismatic Republican I think I've ever heard speak. He is just... It's like listening to paint dry. It's really bad. It's almost shocking. But the first thing that I wanted to share here is, so somebody talked to a voter. Hang on, I gotta add that to stage. There we go. About why they were leaning towards Hong and then ended up breaking for Crowley. And they say, this is a report
Is it
from
about
the Bulwark.
Thanksgiving?
You're gonna be shocked, David.
Oh my God.
Chris,
I literally, before we even get to it, I fucking told people when that shit was going around on Twitter that day, I'm like, you don't have, it was all the fucking leftists like retweeting it out. I'm like, it's a bad answer. You don't have to prop something up that really isn't anything. And it became this massive thing. Like, it just was so stupid. Anyway, sorry.
Well, I talked about this last night. It is a stupid thing, but when you attack something like Thanksgiving, and I know she was just being soy and woke and all that, like think of the Native Americans and the genocide that happened, all that. People take it as an attack on their way of life here in America. And when people talk about socialism and communism as a threat, they don't think of the economic model. They don't think, oh, I won't be able to own stuff, or workers will seize the means, or government will run stuff. They're thinking that they're not going to be able to live their life. They're not going to be able to go see the Odyssey on IMAX. They're not going to be able to go to Buffalo Wild Wings. They're not going to be able to buy trucks for $80,000 and have a $1,400 car payment. They're not going to be able to masturbate to HBO Max shows. Like, they think
Everyone
you're ruining
from
everything.
Nate Silver to Lakshya Jain to G. Elliott Morris to Larry Sabato have us favored to retake the Senate, bro. Get hyped.
Josiah, what up, bro? Thank you for the $5. You see that Fox News poll, Josiah? We looked at it a few minutes ago. Holy shit. Ossoff plus 13. They had Turek winning in Iowa. They had Sherrod Brown plus 8. I mean, basically they had 5 seats for the Dems flipped right there without even Alaska or anything else. So, my God, it's starting to look like a bloodbath. Pretty crazy, man. So, my point is that when the Republicans aren't scared about capitalism being gone. They take it as their way of life is going to be destroyed by DSA and socialism. And so if you don't address it like that, and you just like say, oh, socialism is when healthcare is free, or socialism is when you can afford healthcare, God forbid, they don't see it like that. And I think you have to address how people feel instead of like trying to correct them. Because I agree that, most people on the left who are supporting these DSA types and socialism, these are just people that are beaten down or just sick and tired of paying $1,500 for their health insurance plan. They want to see life get more affordable, and they think that this democratic socialism thing will lead to lower costs. They don't think about democratizing the workplace or the government running stuff. They don't care about any of that. They just want life to be cheaper. And then on the other side, on the right, they're looking at it as you're going to take away HBO Max and the Ford F-150 if democratic socialism wins, and if Mamdani gets more people, if AOC takes any
How's
power,
Abdul
it's
doing
over.
in recent polls, RN? All I've seen is that Lakshya favors him.
Well, that same Fox News poll showed Mike Rogers beating him by like 3 points. So he doesn't seem to be doing better in the latest poll. He's got to make some changes, man. First of all, drop Hassan. That would be number one. And yeah, I've got my personal problems with Hassan and would love to see him fall. But even if I wasn't involved in the streaming world and had no interest in any of that, Hassan is a prominent part of their attack ads against him. So here you have a guy trying to be the first Muslim senator in America's history, and he's palling around with a guy who said America deserved 9/11. Not exactly the smartest move. So hopefully he drops him like a ton of bricks soon. And honestly, I'm concerned that he's further behind on Mike Rogers as well, because remember, the polls showed him like plus 17, like Emerson. These were respectable polls, right? It's not like some random org I never heard of, but there were like Emerson polls showing him plus 17 on Stevens. Those same polls showed him down 1 on Mike Rogers, meaning Mike Rogers was beating him. So those polls overestimated his support. And I think he was more than 1 point behind Mike Rogers in those polls as well. So he's got some work to do, man. He's got some fences to mend. He's got some Stevens supporters to go win over. And He's not done a great job so far. I think the people who have done a good job are Stevens and McMorrow and the people who came out to support him, but I don't know what he's doing. Also, threatening Mike Rogers to a fight, basically, a 63-year-old man is not the coolest, smartest thing either. Like, why are you threatening a guy who's almost a senior citizen? You saw that tweet where he said, let's go duke it out on the football field without pads like we used to back in the day. It's like, bro, calm down, champ, okay? You're supposed to be a U.S. senator and not pick a fight with your opponent, literally pick a fist fight with your opponent. Come on, bro. Relax. But I think he can win. I think Abdul El-Sayed has a great chance of winning. I don't even think he needs to make the changes, but he's only hurting he's making it harder for himself with this nonsense. Drop Hassan, man. Back the bus over him. If Hassan actually gave a damn about his movement and what he claims to care about, he would offer himself as tribute. But of course, he'll never do that because he's a narcissist.
Go ahead.
No, it's just a really quick sentence here. You're right. Chris said he ended up voting for Crowley, saying that Hong's media appearances and comments on holidays would not fly anywhere and didn't sit right with me personally. And I would love to talk to this particular individual who's like,
that's great. This guy cited her hatred of holidays. There you go. As silly as it sounds, if you go after Thanksgiving, you're a bit unhinged, no matter who you are, right? Like, there are places and times to have a conversation about this national holiday that ignores the atrocities committed to the native population here, right? Like, there's a time and a place for that. But most people get together for Thanksgiving just to enjoy food with their family and watch some football. It's a holiday that almost everybody loves in America. And so for you to be a stick in the mud and just, being woke, the woke God, and, let's make sure we honor the people who were murdered on this day. Like, you're not getting invited to next Thanksgiving. And so people don't really like that, man. It's like, dude, take that shit somewhere else, man. Go have your little academic masturbatory, anti-colonization argument with your friends somewhere else. We're trying to enjoy some turkey and watch football. Tim Miller came out against Thanksgiving. Wow.
yeah, I'm going to vote for her. I like what she's saying. Moratorium on data centers. And then he hears her talk about Thanksgiving and he's like, you know what? Fuck that. Bring in the data centers. I can't tolerate the talk about Thanksgiving in this way. It's just too offensive. Like, what? What? You deserve data centers now. I hope they put it in your backyard, buddy. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like,
wow, nasty. That's not very nice. You have a guy who is telling you why he was concerned, and now you're wishing a data center in his backyard. He's nasty leftist, man.
this is insane. And maybe I'm so, I mean, it's not just me, but maybe I feel so strongly about it because in Oregon, we have like the 5th highest number of data centers throughout the country, and you cannot drive anywhere without seeing a motherfucking data center. It is an eyesore. They're everywhere. Nobody likes them. I don't care if you're a Democrat or Republican. I have literally only seen one Oregonian defend data centers, and it's some boomer Republican on Facebook who's like, well, but China's going to win. And that's in reaction to a news story about our governor finally getting bullied into pausing one data center. And it's shocking to me that this was not alone a motivating factor for voters, because her opponent, the guy who won, David Crowley, is saying he does not support
against the border wall. Oh, that's a good thing to him. He voted against Kate's law, and he voted for Obama.
Why are they talking about data centers when there is a genocide going on?
Thank you, Yeller. Thank you. Amen.
Moratorium, and he's kind of leaning into it, whereas the Republican is taking the opposite approach. And I think, I don't know what's going to happen. I hope that Crowley wins because I don't want the Republican to win, obviously. But I think that Hong was the more electable candidate. There was a leaked memo that Ken Klippenstein talked about. I know I did a video about this. I think you did too, David, where they were actually talking about how they were afraid that Hong was the more electable candidate because she had this economic message that was more populist.
Yeah.
And so now without that, I don't know. Let me just pull up this. This is from Politics and Poll Tracker.
So the Republican you're saying is against AI data centers?
It seems like that's the
what
case.
they're saying anyways?
He's saying he's drawing a line. I got to look into it more. I mean, it's a Republican, but he seems to be a little bit more savvy than this guy who is saying no moratorium. Like, he's unequivocally saying he's not going to support a moratorium. And then if you go to this response by Hassan, he said, like, he shares this article of Tom Tiffany, the Republican, saying he's drawing a hard line on data centers. And so,
yeah, I can see Crowley losing based on
yeah, I mean, if
okay, great analysis. Yep, there it is. He's cooked. He's going to lose over data centers. I'm sorry, but data centers are not going to be the defining issue of any election this cycle. I understand that it is a popular topic and it is something that people are pissed about, but that is not going to trump the economy. I'm sorry. It's just not. Like, people are so pissed about the tariffs, the war in Iran, inflation, the job market, Trump's bullshit. I mean, I'm sorry, but I do not see data centers being the defining issue. Plus, this guy Crowley is savvy. He's already shaping his message to be like, look, I'm not for a moratorium, but these guys need to invest way more in the communities. They need to do this and that. So it's not like he's pro data centers everywhere with no conditions, no changes. Get fucked. I want a data center on every corner. You know, these guys are acting like he's going to take some sort of like crazy position. Sorry, I have to disagree with you on that statement. Wow. Great argument, dear Rito. So you think that Crowley could lose this election over data centers in Wisconsin? I find that hard to believe, but if you feel strongly about that, then that's fine.
If he sticks to this, and let me just show you what I mean here. So, I mean, these are the numbers. Nobody likes data centers. It's a majority rural, urban, and rural. That's not surprising. Usually they're more conservative, but I mean, they're putting them in rural areas that are destroying these fucking towns. And if you go to this video clip, you don't even have to play it. This is Tom Tiffany sharing this video from the Republican or of the Democrat. Let me make sure you guys can still see that. You guys can see that, right?
Yeah.
Okay. StreamYard is telling me that it lost the connection. But anyways, NBC asks him, what's the number one issue where you disagree the most with Hong? And Crowley says data centers. And he's sharing this and also implying, oh, well, he's not saying abolishing the police or prisons. Now, you see where this is going. You go to the ad.
Data centers have made people in some of the most red parts of Texas consider voting around. Okay. So, yes, there will be some races out there, very local, where people, their biggest concern is the data center in their community. Yes, you're right. We're talking about a statewide race here. We're talking about the midterms. We're not talking about some random race here or there. Of course, there'll be a data center that destroyed a community that people will be pissed about. I mean, I'm not saying it won't be the issue in any race ever, but I'm just saying in the midterms, like in such a big race like Wisconsin state race, like, do you not see the point I'm trying to make here? Like, you're saying, oh, there's a couple races in Texas where it's a big deal. And so now that means in Wisconsin, it's going to impact the statewide race. I mean, come on. These are apples and oranges. If Texas flips, okay, so now you're saying that Texas could possibly flip blue because of data centers. Okay, now you lost the plot. I got it. I will move forward with ignoring you from this point forward. Good argument.
And let me press play, because you're going to get a sense that, you know, David Crowley is not insulated from the socialist attacks just because he's a moderate.
Oh, there's no sound.
Yeah, there's no sound on it.
Okay, maybe that's what lost the connection. Let me reshare. Stop sharing.
Also, though, I gotta ask, why does this guy love data centers so much?
So why are they not talking about Hong? Notice how they're now they've moved to attacking Crowley. instead of talking about why their candidate lost and the success of her campaign and all that, it's like, now let's just go shit on now let's go shit on Crowley.
Don't know.
I'm sure there's some money involved. There has
It's
to
so
be
weird.
for
I've never heard anyone talk about data centers so much, and this guy just loves bringing them up. Data center,
And he won. Doesn't that tell you something? That should tell these guys something. So now they're convinced he's going to lose the general, but yet he won the primary, sharing his love for data centers, according to them. Make it make sense.
like it's just that's all I know about the guy. That's all I know about the guy. And
Yeah,
listen, I want to be clear. I would like the Democratic candidate in any race, including this one, to beat the Republican. But what is this guy doing? Why does he always got to bring up data centers? like people bring up.
He's not bringing it up. He's asked about it, and he responds.
How Hong's should have stayed away from the Thanksgiving stuff. Sure, okay. Why is no one bringing up? Why can't this guy just shut up about data centers? Like, just stop talking about them, man. Just stop talking about them. Holy shit.
There's a clip of him where he says something like, and I'm paraphrasing, "Oh, we need to be screaming from the rooftops to like try to entice venture capital from coming into the state."
This guy thinks he has popular positions, but they're incredibly pro-corporate, pro-elite, isolated positions that he's been told are very popular, when in reality they are not.
Yet he won the primary. But he won the primary, so it must be popular with somebody.
Yeah, and
this is socialists helping. True. This is the most we can expect from these guys. They'll sit here and rail against him for an hour, but they'll sprinkle in a sentence once in a while about, I really want any Democrat to win besides the fascist Republican. But let me go back to shitting on this guy all day long.
Honestly, I am terrified. If the Republican does lean into this data center issue, I honestly think that Crowley is cooked. He has the blue wave going for him.
Amazing analysis. Absolutely incredible analysis from the crew that brought you the failed campaign of Hong and many other candidates. This is it. This is the defining issue in Wisconsin. I know it.
In his favor, like
I'm sorry, but this guy is Crowley is basically generic Democrat. And generic Democrat is a killer in these midterms, man. Like, Tom Tiffany sucks. And if you have a toss-up or +5 race, almost guaranteed the Democrat is going to win in this environment, man. I don't know if anything can shake that. And anyways, the Republicans not going to run a data center campaign. It's going to be about socialism and communism.
It's an anti-Trump year, but still.
Yeah, because Tom Tiffany's just 100 times better on data center. Yeah, like Tom Tiffany is not going to come out against data centers. I know they had that one little thing, but he's not. Why? In what world is Tom Tiffany going to come out against data centers? Come on.
Why is no one bringing this up to like all you saw?
Crowley, I'm anti-moratorium because it's not going to be fast enough. Leftist mafia, he is pro-data center.
Yeah. He wants a data center in every community park. He wants to destroy every park in Wisconsin and replace it with a data center.
Of course, when it comes to a left-wing candidate or a DSA candidate, is, oh, they're bad at this. Oh, they shouldn't. Oh, they're weak on this in the general. They got to stop bringing this up. They got to stop doing this. Why is no one saying the friggin' moderate Dem, who is the Democratic candidate for governor of Wisconsin, should shut up about data centers already?
Because you answered the question, because he is the moderate Dem. That's why they're not attacking him over it. So, Francesca Hong mentions Thanksgiving and her whole thing about Thanksgiving. That becomes a massive fucking issue because she's on the left. This guy has clearly worse positions on everything, but it's not an issue because he supports the status quo. Yes. So that's ultimately, that's why I get so annoyed at people who you would think would be supporting Hong, but they're making a big deal out of her answer on Thanksgiving. Whereas you didn't have to bring it up at all. You could have ignored the clip. You could have never acknowledged it, never said anything. But every fucking account on the internet bringing this shit up as if it's the biggest deal in the fucking world while ignoring Crowley.
It is.
So mad at things they can't control. Got it. Great. This is why I'm not worried about these guys ever winning anything of substance, never movement taken off, because they just cannot reflect on why they lose. It's always someone else's fault. Now they're mad at people for latching on to the Thanksgiving talking point. That was a great story. Of course people are going to latch on it. Be mad at her for doubling down and having atrocious responses to it. She could have laughed it off, and she could have used that to her advantage. She could have been like, yeah, that was super cringe, but I'm having a big Thanksgiving party this year after I win in the general. Like, I can't wait to invite everybody over. And that was quite woke cringe of me. I don't know. She could have talked her way out of it. James Tallarico's done it. He had a bunch of cringe shit, like God is non-binary and there's 5 genders. And he took it all on without apologizing for jack shit. And nobody ever bugs him about any of that stuff. So she's the reason why the Thanksgiving thing caused problems, not randos on the internet laughing about it.
It's amazing to me, like in general, how so much of this is just like hire a good communications person. Holy shit. Like
all Hong needs to say is, damn, woke 1.0 was crazy, wasn't it?
Exactly. That would be a good start. Woke 1 was nuts.
Like, why is no one saying like, listen, first of all, he should have a better position on it. Obviously, that's the main thing. But I'm even coming from a place where if the guy talks up data centers so much, clearly he's not going to change his mind. So at the very least, why are you still constantly talking about it?
I feel like the only explanation that I can think of, there's no way he like is just a fan of data centers. It's got to be him sending the bat signal to big tech saying, hey, bankroll me. I'll be your guy. I'll open us up. You can bring in as many data centers as you want.
Yes.
All fucking sites.
That must be it. That's it. He's opening up his bank account saying, for sale. Let the money pour in, baby. I am for sale. Looking for a buyer.
Are up for sale. You name it. I'm your guy. That's the only thing I could think of. And
it's a very, very weird position though to take, because I can't think of any issue that so roundly has united people from across the ideological spectrum than like, we don't want a data center being built here. I don't know anyone who is pro build a data center in my town.
No, it's like an 80-20 issue. And now that so many people are immobilized against it, it doesn't matter where you go. Rural towns, like people are showing up to town halls and they are berating city councilors and mayors for daring to put data centers in their backyards, because
I think it is going to change. Like we talked about, data centers have come in and caused a lot of problems. They did not give a shit about what the local people thought. They ran roughshod over everything. And now they realize they can't do that because they're getting slowed down in the construction of them by the local people. They're complaining. The local officials are getting in the way of permits. And so in order to keep up and to continue with this fast pace of building the data centers, they have to treat the local people better. And I'm willing to bet a year or two from now, you'll be seeing competition for data centers where people are like, I would love a data center in my neighborhood because they bring this and that and this. And it's not just jobs, but it's like they're going to pay for people's energy bills. They're going to do this. They're going to build child care centers. Like these companies are not stupid. Like they obviously made a huge mistake with how they went about this so far, but that's going to change. That's not going to stay.
If only there was some sort of network accessible to everyone to look up information about the topic rather than blindly speculate in bad faith. Darn.
No, you can't be bothered to find the truth. But right now, yeah, people are pissed, and I get it. It probably is an 80-20 issue with like, do you want a data center in your backyard? Hell no. They steal our water and they make our energy bills go up. That's what people think, right? And there is evidence of that. But I'm willing to bet as times change and they start to go about building these data centers differently, there'll be communities out there begging for data centers to be built near them because of all the
Paying
things.
for my power doesn't offset the water use. I'm in a drought area, as is half the country.
Well, I'm just giving an example. I'm sure they'll find a way to sweeten the pot to win over the local people. So, I've heard some good arguments for these data centers. Like, number one, we kind of want them in America so we control them, because imagine if they become so powerful and they're not under our sovereignty. That's a concern. Number two is I do think AI and data centers are going to play a bigger role in our lives and lead to other business and other jobs and stuff like that. This is a growing industry. If you look at the rest of the economy, everything besides healthcare and AI related industry is suffering and struggling. And so this is one of the growing industries in America. And yes, it's been a clumsy rolling out in the initial stages, and they've made a lot of mistakes, but I think they're going to clean up their act very quickly. We'll see. Could be wrong.
Mr. Wonderful is not even American and making data centers.
Mr. Wonderful? You're going to have to explain that one.
Even though they would love the economic development, they don't want to live next to these fucking things. And it's going to invite so much blowback. And I don't know what to say. If the Republican in this race leads into that, it's game, set, match. Here's the ad.
Mr. Wonderful is behind the 40,000 square foot mile data center in Utah. I don't know who Mr. Wonderful is. Oh, Kevin O'Leary. Oh. Gotcha. Yeah, no, they need to do a whole turnaround on these data centers. You know what I mean? Like they did not roll this out well. And so I'm just saying, do you guys think it'll continue like this? That like AI companies and data centers are just going to continue this expansion and roughing people up? I doubt it. I don't think it's a winning strategy. And I'm telling you, I read a few articles that said they have to change. They have to, because the community can stop them and slow them down. And they need to keep building at a fast pace. They need to keep expanding. They cannot afford to get slowed down by the locals. And so how do you win over the locals? You got to sweeten the pot. You got to sell it. You got to do a better job. You got to address their concerns. And so I think they will. I really do. But yes, right now, I agree. It's a major issue and people are rightfully pissed.
By the way, from the Republican, he's a Republican, but this ad I think could land because he's trying to at least feign.
I gotta use your restroom. BRB.
In populism, he's trying to have a message other than like, hey, let's put immigrants into fucking gas chambers. I'll just play it though so you can see it.
Failed executive David Crowley spent recklessly, botched health insurance for thousands, raised property and sales taxes. Even David Crowley says there's no.
Oh boy, this video is not playing very good, Mike.
It's not. Okay, well, no. I'll go ahead. Is the audio fucked up too?
That's the guy. That's the guy you're gonna lose to if you keep talking data centers.
Send it to me. I'll play it through mine.
All right.
Yeah.
I'm not sure why it's not playing, but I'll send it to David. I just want you all to hear this guy talk also, because it's like fucking the blandest personality ever. He has no sauce.
And people have to understand too, like when we're talking data centers, like the reason this is a big issue now is because the data centers are specifically to deal with AI compute resources. Like this isn't like a data center because like, oh, I like my social media and they need somewhere to store everything and they need the servers to be. No. That's not when we're talking building all these data centers. These companies are doing it specifically for AI in mind. So when this bubble bursts and you got a giant fucking multi-acre building in your town that's just empty and unused and an eyesore and ruining the entire value of whatever your town proposes, and then you're going to end up getting the equivalent of like vacant abandoned towns from factories closing down like you did a couple of decades ago. You get that equivalent here with data centers. Like that's what we're talking about. Yeah, like these are data centers specifically for AI compute, AI processing. And that's what you're going to ruin your town with, these short-term gains from tech companies who will leave you high and dry when the bubble bursts.
Boy, they come up with some weird arguments, man. Come on, bro. Like, really? This is the argument that the AI bubble is going to burst and you'll be left with giant warehouses that are eyesores? Really?
Failed executive David Crowley spent recklessly, botched health insurance for thousands, raised property and sales taxes. Even David Crowley says there's no real difference between him and socialists.
Jeez, that's crazy. I'm Tom Tiffany. My common sense plan, supporting law enforcement, cutting your taxes, and raising academic achievement. Kids who can read, a home you can own, in a community that's safe. Now that's how we move Wisconsin forward together.
I can't wait to see them say that he's got Riz. This guy, he's pretty charismatic compared to David Crowley. That guy sucks, man. He's so boring and useless. Let's see what they say. They're just looking for any reason to shit on David Crowley. Any reason at all.
Failed
Yeah, that's a good ad for him.
Mm-hmm. As far as Republican standards, you know, it could be.
Why do you not have a waiting space stream disagreement like our boy Hutch? This is what fascism looks like. I'm terrified to have my positions exposed and to be revealed as a complete fraud by having to engage with people that disagree with me, for starters.
Be worse. I wanted to share this clip that's circulating with Tom Tiffany. I don't know if I could play it. Maybe it's just that video. Might be. I'll share the link with you, David, just in case it's fucked up. But it is.
No, the truth is, most of you guys do not know how to stream, and you'll come up here and you won't make any sense. Your argument will suck. It'll be boring content. Like, no offense, but I'm the entertainer. You know what I mean? I have been thinking about having open calls once in a while. It is something I want to incorporate once in a while. But I don't know. I take it as kind of cheap. A little. I don't want to say cheap because that's insulting. To me, it's like. It's a little lowbrow to bring randos on to debate, you know? And I did that over on TikTok. That's the meta over there, but it was to destroy MAGA people. And there's no MAGA here on Twitch or YouTube, you know what I mean? So it's not the most entertaining thing for me to do, to argue with randos in my chat on voice that are like mostly on my side, you know what I mean? It derails the show. It does. Like,
Yeller on stream sub goal when.
Well, you're welcome to call in, Yeller, if I do the open calls for sure. Yeah, I barely can fit in most of the content I want to talk about in the first place, and it will just drag things out so much longer to bring people up here to debate. I should do it because it is quite popular, but Pac-Man did viewer calls for a while. I mean, I want to find a way to incorporate it somehow, some way. It is fun to hear from you guys. I'd rather hear from you guys just about some random topic, not like debate me kind of shit. It's like kind of useless to debate people on the left. I guess I could see it being very toxic. I found a lot of convos on Hutch to be pretty sick. Well, it seems like most of the conversations on Hutch kind of annoy the chat, but also they're very popular. Like, people love it. They'll tune in and they're like, I hate this. This guy sucks. People like want to yell at somebody, you know? But I don't know. It doesn't really fit my personality to fight people on the left, I guess, is what I'm saying. If I'm going to debate, it's on the right, and that's for TikTok. That's not for here. This is like a hangout kind of thing.
a Republican sharing the clip calling David Crowley a socialist. Because of course they were going to fucking do that. I mean, before anybody knew what the DSA was, Republicans were calling Obama a communist. So the fact that they think that that's not going to be the case now, it's so funny to me. And I think they know, right? So Justin, Trump.
Also, I feel like I engage with you guys a lot, and other like Hutch is much larger than my stream, so I don't think he can read the chat and have a conversation as well with people, like with this community. So it probably helps with that, right? Like having a conversation.
Endorsed Wisconsin governor candidate Tom Tiffany exposes that Democrat nominee David Crowley is a socialist, just like Francesca Hong. Now, listen, the rebuttal will be, well, you know, it's because of Hong that he's weaker. No. They would call him
Which
a
early
socialist.
game item would you prefer to find in an abandoned cabin? The cloud in a bottle or Hermes boots?
Early game item? What game is that? I don't even know. Cloud in a bottle. Maybe that's a question for you guys. Hutch abandoned us. He's got vacation to do, bro. Let the man rest.
Socialist either way. If Hong wasn't in the race, they always call Democrats socialists and communists. Trump called Biden a communist. Like, this is never going to change. He said, my policy.
Are these guys ever going to talk about her campaign at all? They're just right back to shitting on Democrats, right? Did not skip a beat here. Their candidate lost. I think they have a lot of great stuff to say about her for almost winning and getting all this national attention. But it just shows you they're right back to just shitting on Democrats, what they love to do. They almost probably are thrilled that she lost so they can go back to their comfy zone. God forbid they have to defend her in any way.
These will be very similar, not much different than Hong. Democrats have capitulated to the socialists here in Wisconsin. They are socialists now. We just think common sense is going to prevail. And by the way, I'm reading this in a much more flamboyant way than he says it, I'm sure. I haven't watched the clip, but this guy, he has no juice. We just think common sense is going to prevail. And I think it's a bipartisan issue that people want lower property taxes. They want utility bills kept under control. Those things that are all about affordability. He's running on affordability. I mean, if one dude's running on data centers and one dude is running on affordability and maybe not
especially
allowing
when
data
this is
centers.
a governor.
He's not running on data centers. Are you kidding me? These guys, I wish I could use harsher language. They are so excited to try to portray David Crowley as some sort of data center enthusiast that's running a campaign pro data centers. He's running on affordability, man. What are you talking about? They're falling for the right-wing bullshit. How funny is that? Like, you think they would be immune to it, but here they are falling for the right-wing nonsense. It's like hook, line, and sinker. Such clowns, man. These kind of guys will tell you that they're so smart, they will never, that they would never fall victim to right-wing propaganda and all the lies and bullshit. And here they are basically doing the right's job, right? Like, they're probably thrilled to watch Fox News shit on Crowley and this guy Tiffany pretend to give a shit about affordability. So funny, man. I never heard Crowley talking about data centers. No, he's being asked about it now because he took a position of he wasn't for a moratorium, but it's not like he's for prolific data centers. He made a huge point that they need to do better and that the community deserves this and that, but he doesn't want to just shut down data centers.
Like, I feel like the argument falls flatter if it's a senator, somebody that's going to be within Trump's orbit answering to Trump. But when it's a governor, I think there's a little more leeway for in the voter's mind that maybe I can actually trust this Republican because he's not running for Senate. He's just going to be, our own state guy. I could see people falling for this.
Yeah, I mean, if you were a Hong supporter and then you saw...
You're falling for it. What do you mean I could see people? You're falling for it. You are victims of this already. That's so funny.
The Thanksgiving tweet and you're like, okay, never mind, I'm going to vote for data centers. I mean, what's stopping you from hearing this guy, Tom Tiffany, and think, oh, you know what? Yeah, I guess I'll vote for him now. I mean, I don't know what's going on in Wisconsin. You're all about, I do know for sure you're probably going to get a bunch of data centers in your backyard, even if the Republican wins and he's against them because he's a Republican. Let me try to play this. I don't know if it'll work. Let me know if this sounds like shit or is shitty.
Came in the final 2 weeks and they said, we have got to change this.
Is that okay?
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay.
When Francesca Hong imploded, which started when she said that the police officer committed an execution. That was the beginning of the end for her. And they were like, we've got to get somebody else here in Wisconsin. And they were able to execute that with David Crowley.
Congressman Tiffany, can you tell me, because what I'm reading, their policies aren't all that different, are they? I mean, is David Crowley maybe a polished
The
up
propaganda is
version
just
of
fucking
Francesca Hong, or am I reading that incorrectly?
The leading questions.
Yeah, it's a great point. Just 2 weeks ago, when they were having their debates, David Crowley never challenged Francesca Hong for the beliefs that she has. If you're trying to win a race, wouldn't you try to paint some contrast between you and your opponent? And he went on to say, my policies will be very similar, not much different than Francesca Hong, the socialist. The Democrats have capitulated to the socialists here in Wisconsin. Their leadership has capitulated. They are socialists now.
You know, I was digging into the numbers.
Why are they showing her just eating?
Hong, and I want to make this point. It was Madison. It's kind of an urban far-left crowd that voted for her from that beautiful town, city. And then some of the rural communities got on board. It was more of a coalition for David Crowley. What is your strategy against him?
Oh, our strategy is the same since we started nearly a year ago, Harris. It's a 72-county strategy. There's been a few times we Republicans haven't been as vigorous in places like Dane County, which is Madison. We are competing in every corner of the state because we just think common sense is going to prevail. And I think it's a bipartisan issue that people want lower property taxes. They want their utility bills kept under control, those things that are all about affordability. That's not a partisan issue, and we think we're going to have people that are going to join us in that effort here.
He's not running on anti-data centers. He's just lying about affordability. Nobody buys that. And he's saying common sense, which is socialism. So these guys are probably watching in horror as their fantasy doesn't come true. Like, no, he's not running an anti-data center campaign. He's not even saying that Crowley's for data centers. And they asked, why are they showing her eating? Because it was a breakfast the next morning to show unity between the candidates. These guys are so out of touch with what's going on. They don't even know what this was, this breakfast. It is hilarious to watch them get back into their comfy clothes and just go back to shitting on the Democrat after their candidate lost. No reflection, no celebration of a great campaign that she ran, that she got this close. It's just right back to what they love to do. So sad, man. What hope is there for their audience, too? It's like, does their audience just want to sit around and shit on the Democrats and talk about how the Republicans going to win? Like, who wants to watch that? What is wrong with their audience that their mental health is in such a bad place that they want to talk about how a Republican's going to win? I don't even talk about that with candidates that I dislike. For example, El Sayed. I continuously say, I think he's got a good shot of winning. I think he's going to win. He's making it harder on himself by doing this and that, but I think he could be a great senator. And I've got my issues with him, but I won't sit here and just crap on him and talk about how we're going to lose. Like, what's wrong with these people, man? They're like gleefully cheering on fascism. I can't. Oh God, this Democrat sucks so bad, dude. Tiffany's going to win. And Trump's going to be enabled to take away our rights. Oh, God. Like, you should be looking for a silver lining anywhere, trying to get this Democrat across the finish line in any way possible. And I'm not surprised. I'm just shocked that people sit around and watch this, because you're a product of the content you consume, the people you hang out with. Why would you want to hang out with a bunch of negative freaks, man? They don't live in Wisconsin, so they don't give a shit.
I've just got to...
Misery loves company, right? The goal is always to drag the Dem candidate down. Yeah, but it's like, what is the point of that though? What is that? What value is there to that? It's they're never challenged about it. They're just so angry. Like, what's wrong in their lives? I bet you they're all struggling in their own way, you know? Like this guy, the video doesn't work, so his computer's probably old as shit. Like, I guess maybe he's not doing well financially or something, and so he's, angry, and this is his way of not addressing his own personal life problems. I don't know, man.
Say Americans care a lot about property taxes. They will not shut the fuck up about property taxes. They will defund every school in America if their property taxes is like 5 cents lower. So I again, like, I hope Crowley wins. I really do, but
I really do. I love the passion. I hope Crowley wins. I really do, boy. I really hope he wins. I mean, you can hear it in my voice. I will do what I can to help this guy win, but wow, this is a disaster. This is terrible.
He's got to make a pivot to the left if he wants to win. I know that's
why would he do that?
That's like, that goes against conventional
wisdom. You're not going
wisdom.
to appeal to Republicans who are going to vote for the Republican. Like,
right.
He has to appeal to a base that would otherwise not come out for anybody. Like, that's the biggest issue that he has, is that young people are just not going to vote for him. And people that are...
Really? Francesca Hong endorsed him already. Why would young people not vote? Like, they loved her. She's already endorsed him. Doesn't that do something? Like, I'm willing to bet her endorsement won over 80% of her voters with just that one fell swoop, showing up to the breakfast, and she'll continue to work for him. That's going to win over like 80% of her voters just on day one. People are not this black and white. Like, if my candidate doesn't win, I'm done. Come on, man. I was a Bernie voter in 2016 and 2020, and I had no problem voting for Hillary. I was happy to do so. I was not even mad. I was just like, oh, well, my guy didn't win. Oh, well. Easily voted for Biden. No problem. A million times wanted him more than Trump. You know what I mean? Like, I think, and that's most people. Most people are like, oh, well, I'm voting for the Democrat, though. That's for sure.
That are disillusioned with both parties are just not going to vote for anybody. And it's going to hurt him more than the Republican. Like, that's always going to be the issue. That's why left-wing candidates are always more electable. The issue is always the primary for them, because they have...
These are the same shitheads yelling blue no matter who at us with contempt last week. Yeah, right? Same guys who were probably screaming about, can't believe these Democrats aren't getting behind El Sayed.
Have to win the Democratic base, which up until really this year hasn't really been able to happen in any kind of consistent way. Now you're actually finally seeing some pushback with, like, Abdul El-Sayed and good candidates being able to win. But historically, the issue has always been the primary, because in the general, left-wing candidates are able to get out young people and are able to get out more left-leaning independents who otherwise just wouldn't vote.
Mm-hmm.
I don't necessarily disagree with this take, right? Like, yeah, he got less than 40% of the votes, so he's got some work to do, but does that mean he's got to make serious changes? I don't think so. He's going to have to change something to win over these people, but I don't think it's anything serious. Just like I don't think El Sayed has to do anything dramatic to win over Stevens voters. Stevens voters have a couple of concerns that don't even deal with policy. They deal with who he associates with and the Israel issue, right? Like, and they're not expecting him to completely flip on that stuff, right? But these guys do. They're like, Crowley's got to totally take our positions on these things. That I don't think people are looking for that, who are considering whether or not to vote for him. But it is true that obviously every candidate is able to get people out to vote who otherwise wouldn't. But I think the endorsement of that candidate means a lot. And most people who voted for her will easily go vote for Crowley.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens. Again, I think that David Crowley has the fact that it is a
These guys don't think AES has to moderate. Yeah, exactly. Like they're demanding that Crowley move to the left to win people over, but they would never make that argument for Abdul El-Sayed, who got less than 50% of the votes in Michigan. They would never make that argument that he should moderate. He needs to move to the right a little bit to win over some people. You would never hear them make that argument.
The Trump anti-Republican year where people are very mobilized to get out and vote against Republicans, but I think he really does has his work cut out for him. But again, I don't know. I mean, it's America. A Thanksgiving tweet can sway these people, so anything can happen. I mean, I don't know. It's hard to predict what people in America are going to do because they're stupid and they're easily swayed.
I just don't get how Americans can be.
Nice. Now comes the shitting on our fellow Americans part. At least when I shit on Americans, I say me included, you know. I love to say Americans are idiots, me included. They would never. These guys are better than their fellow Americans. They're smarter. They get it.
Sitting right now,
swayed.
I just don't get how Americans can be sitting right now experiencing the worst affordability crisis of their lifetimes and still considering voting for Republicans. When you are living under Republican rule. The reason why your life sucks and why you can't afford anything is because of right-wing policy. You are living it right now. Why would you be afraid of socialists when it is the opposite of what you're experiencing right now? You should be like, yes, good, something completely different. That sounds good to me because right now everything sucks.
Because they think socialists want to take away Thanksgiving, dude. Don't you get it? They can't see what's like right in front of them. They think it's all a joke. It's also stupid. They think you're going to take away Thanksgiving. As stupid as it sounds, that is what they think. And you can't acknowledge that. You think it's silly.
I want to vote for the status quo.
They don't see Hong as the opposite of Trump's policies. They see Hong as taking away Thanksgiving.
Quo when everything is garbage. Like, why don't people see this? Why don't people understand?
Yeah, Hong wouldn't have her work cut out for her if she won, despite winning 40% of the vote. Yeah, so do you guys think that if Hong won, they would say she's got some work to do? She's going to have to moderate and move a bit to the center here because she only got 40% of the vote. No, they would say she's done everything brilliant. Great job. Double down. They would never give this advice in the other direction in a million years.
It's so obvious to me. Of course you want something different. Now is the time to vote for something different. How stupid do you have to be to continue considering voting Republican?
I think it's
some people don't care. Some people don't care about giving pain to themselves, even if it means owning the libs or hating the other. I mean,
still, they can't afford their fucking rent or gas or groceries.
I wish that wasn't the case, but yes, some people are psychotic.
I mean, listen, I
walk off the fucking ledge because it's over. Like you can't continue existing being so fucking stupid. It's enough. It's enough for you people.
David, I mentioned before, I don't know if you heard how I have one MAGA family member. I don't know why they voted for Trump. This is a close family member. I don't know why they voted for Trump. I haven't talked to them since because I don't talk to Trump supporters, even if they're.
There's the problem. I don't know why my close family member voted for Trump. Maybe you go talk to them, genius. What do you mean? You got a family member. You're just not going to talk to them ever again? I don't talk to them anymore. Voted Trump.
Family. I suspect that they voted for Donald Trump because they wanted to fuck over trans people. We have a trans family member that they rejected. But even after finding out that they are going to lose their Medicaid because of Trump's big bullshit bill, still completely support him, completely back him no matter what, blame Biden for everything. Even the Epstein pedophilia, just fake news, just in one ear, out the other. These people...
That's a cult. That's cult.
It's a cult, and
you can't help those people.
It's stupid, but it's stupidity for sure. And also, they just don't want to admit that they're ever wrong, because if they admit that, oh, okay, I fucked up by supporting this person, and by the way, the person who I don't even think they voted. I just think they love Trump, but they didn't even get off their asses to vote for him, which is funny. But it's like I'll take the hit, and I'll go ahead and be more poor just to fuck over, people I don't like. Although I don't think that a lot of them have even connected those dots. I don't think they're smart enough. It's like, wow, I hope that, my Medicaid doesn't get fucked over by Donald Trump's big bullshit bill. But if it does, I guess I'll just have to blame Biden. Like, it's that level of thinking, and they don't view that as a contradiction. It's just, I don't think that they think, like, a lot of these people, I don't even think they have fucking internal monologues. I think that they're just drones.
Soulless. They're just
almost NPCs.
Sociopaths. They have nothing.
Yeah.
They're
Yes.
just empty skulls. They're just fucking.
They're bags of meat, barely sentient.
They're just meat bags walking around.
And this is why these guys will never win anything, because there's just, they've got to the point of the argument where people are just stupid and there's nothing you can do. They're just bags of meat, and there's no thinking behind any of their decision making at all. They're just NPCs. So crazy, man. Internal monologue. Yeah, they blame Biden for everything. Huh, sounds familiar. Well, I was hoping these guys would actually address what went on, but this is better at least than other leftists I saw who won't even talk about the Hong race as if it never happened, right? They just moved on like, oh, nothing to see here. This is crazy, man. But I hope this makes people feel better.
Bags of meat, man. Are they streaming on Twitch? Just wondering. What did D-Man get banned for again?
Oh yeah, this is the Twitch. Twitch loves these guys. These are Twitch heroes. I'm not going to do much more of this. I'm hoping that they talk about Hong, but I think we all know they're not going to.
You can have a fucking more comprehensive conversation with the NPC in Oblivion than any Trump supporter. It truly is useless, trolled. But like a common theme after watching a bunch of videos and reading a bunch of like shit from regretful Trump supporters is that,
now they're just talking about Trump supporters.
You can teach somebody something and they'll still not care.
And she's been in detention for around 4 to 6 months. But if you listen to him speak and you just like could get a transcript of it, like his ideas they line up a lot with Trump supporters and like boomers even, like, and then, when you go to college, you learn.
All right. I give up on these guys. They just won't talk about her campaign at all. That to them, it's just Americans are dumb and fell for the Thanksgiving propaganda about her. And she was perfect. She didn't do anything wrong. She was right. Mike from PA uploaded a video about Hong on his YouTube channel. He was proud of her. Well, I'm glad to see that. I mean, stand by your decisions, stand for something. None of these other people seem to be able to. It's pathetic, man. Like, you got to accept the losses, and you can be proud in a loss as well, man. Like, there's a lot to be proud of when losing too, and it's sad to see these guys just like throw her under the bus and move on. Like, oh well, I thought what she pulled off was pretty incredible. All right, let's get to the prizes here. So we hit 100 subs, which means we do unban requests. So let's see if we have any. I saw we had one, but if it's somebody just calling me an insult, I'm gonna delete it. So let's see what's going on over there. Actually, let me bring it up on my screen. I know you guys can't see this, but give me a moment. Here. All right. These look pretty normal. There's 2 of them. I'll bring this up in a second. You guys are going to vote on whether or not we unban these guys, but you have to be in the Twitch chat to do it. Set this up first, the poll. All right. Let's do this. We've got 2 people asking to come back to the community here First, we've got Chatterbox 1991, banned by me on July 26th. July 26th. Chatterbox 1991. Let's see. Can't bring up. That's not working. Hold on. Usually if I click on that, it brings up how many messages. So 245 messages in the chat from Chatterbox 1991. The day they got banned, they only wrote one message. You really gonna nitpick this ad, guy? Wow, didn't know we're on first name basis. This is probably me talking shit on their favorite candidate and saying the ad sucks or something like that. I have no idea what ad they're talking about here. Maybe one of you guys remember this. But let's see. They wrote a paragraph here. Must have been the car salesman El Sayed ad. Oh yeah, probably. I thought that ad was cringe. A lot of people get their feelings hurt when I say something negative about their favorite candidate, but that's, not my problem. I want to say that I don't know what I said that got me banned last time. I really was not trying to mess with Guy at all. I was genuinely asking about him critiquing Al Sayed's Abdul for You ad, which I thought was slightly pedantic, but I was not trying to stir any trouble at all, and I apologize if it came across that way. So they claim they weren't trying to give me any grief. They say, "You really gonna nitpick this ad?" That was their message. They did not think much anything of that. They thought that was innocuous, like, oh, I didn't mean anything by that. You think that's a misunderstanding to ask me if I'm gonna nitpick this ad? It's clearly somebody who got their feelings hurt and is upset, right? Let's see. I love Live and Learn and would like to keep IRI in my Twitch rotation if possible. For the record, me saying he's not wrong is in reference to something Plattner said, not the Nazi biker. I think this person got confused because it shows you your last 5 chat messages when you go to request an unban. So I think, I don't know what's going on here. Previously, they typed something 3 weeks before. They said they added me. What's with the yellow lighting? That the Nazi biker's going to vote Plattner driving by. Hate that he's not wrong there. I have no idea. So I think this guy got confused and didn't see that he got banned for this comment to me. Yeah, but like, I'm sorry if I hurt your feelings. Criticizing a cringe ad from Abdul El Sayed. He's produced a few of them. You guys saw the latest one? I saw it was on Destiny subreddit with his Blues Clues thing. He does some cringe shit, man. I don't know what to tell you. All right, let's put this up for a vote. See what you guys think. Give me a second. Should we unban Chatterbox 1991? The poll is now live. 1 in the Twitch chat to unban. 2 to keep them banned forever. Their fate is in your hands. You can vote in solidarity in the other chats, but it won't count. Looking pretty good so far. 19 people have voted. Looking pretty good. All I can tell people is please do not get your feelings hurt by me criticizing your favorite guy, okay? I'm going to have my problems with people, and I want Abdul El Sayed to win. Trust me, I do not want a Republican to win that seat. But I will call out cringe. I will call out cringe. All right, it's looking pretty good here. I think we're going to call it. So I don't think this is going to go the other way here. Final seconds. Get your vote in. Final seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There it is. 84.4% of the chat said unban the lad. Nice job, guys. Unban. Hello? Voted. All right. Last one then we have is Bad Sneakers 19. Bad Sneakers 19 got banned with one message on July 27th. One message. They added me. It's very easy for you to say you want to keep ICE when you haven't lost any family to them. Okay. Wow. Yes, I guess if my family member had been killed by ICE, I'd be for abolishing ICE. Sure. Yeah, I don't disagree with that statement, but I think abolish ICE. This is probably in reference to saying abolish ICE. I think it's a stupid slogan that people are now trying to explain every time they're asked about it, like Peggy Flanagan on NBC News earlier tonight. This does not mean that I am pro-ICE. Yeah, it means I think it's a stupid slogan that 2 years from now, when there's no context and Democrats are forced to answer why they supported violent criminals being let to roam free in our cities because they said abolish ICE and they have no answer. I think we should avoid that by not supporting a dumb slogan like defund the police. Hello? I don't think it's that complicated. But this guy took it to heart. The unban request said, let me see, hold on. I'm shocked to learn that there are some Democrats that want to keep ICE around in spite of all of the violence we've seen from them. Is ICE really a, quote, liberal institution that we have to keep? Really? Do some soul searching, or I guess you could always collab with Fox News like Destiny recently did. LMFAO. Oh. Wow. Yeah, I think we should have a federal immigration enforcement unit that works with state and local officials to find undocumented violent criminals and remove them from the country. I think that's probably pretty normal. I think that's normal. I think it's important that they do pinpoint targeted raids, not go around and harass brown people with accents like they're doing now. But when it comes to the federal government working with state and local officials to target bad people, then yeah, we did that under Biden. We did that under Obama. We did it under Trump's first term, and Trump has abused it. So yes, I do think we should have that. I don't think ICE should continue in their current format. What a weirdo. But I guess I'll collab with Fox News. All right, well, let's put it up for a vote, guys. Let's see what you think. Should we unban Bad Sneakers 19? It's up to you guys. It's up to you guys. 1 to unban Bad Sneakers 19. 2 to keep them banned forever. Me on Fox News would be based.
Shock gloves for all ICE agents. Trans for everyone.
Yep. I support shock gloves for ICE. I support that. Obviously. I'm a monster. Wow. This is not looking good for Bad Sneakers 19. Not looking pretty. To be fair, the gloves would keep their hands off their guns. I'm not sure about that. I don't actually think that's true. I'd like to believe that, but I don't think that will lead to anyone else any less death or brandishing of guns and weapons. I think it's just another insane toy for ICE to use, unfortunately. I think it's actually like being put out there as a recruitment tool. Like, dude, you get to wear electric gloves and shock brown immigrants, dude. Sign up today. How fun is that? All right, final seconds here. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Boom. Wow, this one went the opposite direction as the first one. This time, 88.6% of you said no. Wow. Can't say I didn't see that coming. This guy's going to think that everyone in this community loves ICE and doesn't want to see any change at all with them. Good job. You guys did that. You created a hater for life. You're all part of this now. It's not just me. They're going to, anyone who ever associates with me is an ICE loving freak. Good job, guys. They wouldn't work out in here. Yeah, I don't think they're a good fit. I don't think they're a good fit. They think they're the cat's meow, you know? They're like, LMFAO. Hang out with Destiny and Fox News. They're probably in the Humanist Report, the leftist mafia chat, screaming about Democrats right now. These Democrats are so stupid. I want Tom Tiffany to win at this point. All right, let's move to the next prize. When we hit the double the daily sub goal, which is 150 subs, we go back in time and see what the hell America was dealing with. Yeller has thrown down the year 2008. Wow, right before an election. Okay. America was feeling very optimistic, very hopeful with Obama on the ballot. We were less than 3 months away from electing America's first black president and celebrating after the George W. Bush presidency. That's going to be fun. Let's see. All right, so let's go back in time. Open link. Washington Journal. And the market crash? True. Let's go to videos. Year. We're going to go to August 13th, 2008. It was a Wednesday. And we've got open phones. The strongest tribe, Bing West, who returned this weekend from his 15th trip to Iraq. U.S. energy policy. Right. Capitol Hill stories. Let's look at the open phones. The market was melting down.
Washington Journal continues.
For about the next half hour, open phones. You can call us and talk to us about items in the newspaper, things that you've seen or heard on this program so far this morning. The number is 202-737-0001.
We'll do about 15-20 minutes of this, and then we'll go to modern day C-SPAN.
For Republicans, 202-737-0002. For Democrats and Independents, 202-628-0205. The Associated Press this morning reports that retail sales fell in July, the weakest performance in 5 months, as a variety of economic woes combined to blunt the impact of billions of dollars in government stimulus payments to U.S. households. The Commerce Department reported today that retail sales dipped 0.1% last month, the first decline since sales had fallen by 0.5% in February. It was a worse showing than the flat reading economists had been expecting. The weakness last month came after a big slide in auto sales as Detroit faced its worst sales month in 16 years.
Ouch.
Also in the papers this morning, out on the campaign trail, McCain reminds voters of Obama's bitter gaffe. He seeks key backing in Pennsylvania. Senator McCain reminded Pennsylvanians Tuesday that the presumptive Democratic presidential nominee, Senator Barack Obama, said the state's small-town voters cling to guns and religion because they are bitter, a gaffe that possibly contributed to Mr. Obama's loss in the state primary and might haunt his general election campaign in this battleground.
Yeah. Well, that didn't work out. Obama telling it like it is, though. Nothing burger. Yeah. I did not see that, Joe.
We want to remind you of the campaign stops for the candidates today and in the coming days. Senator Barack Obama is wrapping up his vacation in Hawaii and will be in Lake Forest, California.
Wow, Obama went on vacation 2.5 months from the general election. That's interesting. I don't know if that's normal. I don't recall if people go. I guess it's the August recess, so it makes sense. Just went to go take a little breather before the final sprint.
On Saturday, and Senator McCain will be in Birmingham, Michigan today and Aspen, Colorado tomorrow, and he too will be in Lake Forest on Saturday. Lake Forest, California, that is. And you can find more of the information about the candidates out on the campaign trail.
Obama on vacation like Hutch.
On our website. Our first call for open phones comes from Newfield, New York, on our line for Republicans. Good morning.
Hi, I'm an old lady, and I've been watching a lot of these wars pass since I started voting back in the 50s. I think it was, well, when I was 21. So I split my ticket. I go both ways. I pay a lot of attention to politics. And let me go back a little bit. 2000 was the election. Bush won, but he didn't enter office until January, whenever they take their oath of office. 9 months later, we're attacked. Those attacks don't, they happen over a long period of time. If I remember, we were also attacked at the Trade Center in the 90s. There's been a lot of attacks made on us, and we talk about fair play. Fair play was, as I recall, when the issue came up about Iraq, many times I remember the pleading of President Bush for Saddam Hussein to give up his supremacy and to stop his killing of the civilians and all, and the maiming that we were hearing is going on. But then we were attacked at 9/11, and so nothing seemed to get Saddam out until our planes went over after we were in Afghanistan, which seemed to put us in the right region. So I am disappointed. We left Afghanistan as we did. I did not see Iraq coming except that Saddam would give up. They talk about weapons of mass destruction, and I think I have never had a real good, I haven't been told what weapons of mass destruction is, except I thought it was chemical warfare.
Thank you for your call, ma'am. In the Wall Street Journal, in their campaign 08 section, Republican trio crosses party lines to back Obama.
Wow, I don't remember this.
The group called Republicans for Obama, led by two moderate Republicans, James Leach, a former U.S. representative from Iowa, and Lincoln Chafee, a former U.S. senator from Rhode Island.
Oh, wow. I thought they were sitting members of Congress. Okay. All right.
Along with Rita Hauser, a prominent fundraiser for George W. Bush. Their reasons for crossing party lines are diverse, ranging from the war in Iraq to overspending in Washington, and signal unhappiness not just with the candidacy of the Republican John McCain, but with the Republican Party as a whole. Also, the Associated Press is reporting this morning, Mark Warner, Virginia's former governor and its Democratic candidate for Senate, has been tapped to be the keynote speaker at the Democratic National Convention, a plum spot that is often a springboard to national prominence 4 years ago, another candidate for the Senate, Barack Obama of Illinois, used a keynote address to begin the rise in national politics, expected to reach the Democratic nomination for President Obama.
Well, he became a senator, but he didn't go much further than that, I don't think.
Obama's campaign called Warner an innovative businessman and bipartisan leader in formally announcing his convention role Wednesday. And we are already starting to set up at the XL Arena in Minneapolis, St. Paul. We're also, so you'll be able to see our coverage of the Republican convention out of St. Paul. And then a week later, we'll have coverage out of Denver as well. There's the XL Arena in Minneapolis, and that is where the Republicans will be having their convention, and you can get more details on our coverage at our website, cspan.org. Lawton, Oklahoma, on our line for Democrats. Go ahead. Lawton, Oklahoma. Let's go to Wendell, California, on our line for Independence.
Good morning, America. I tell you, you don't pay attention to politics for over a year and a half, and what happened? I just can't believe this. Mr. Bing, that man you just had on, yes, we do not forget things that happened in the past. George Bush could be a war criminal for all we know, okay? So, I just don't know what to tell you.
Let's try Lawton, Oklahoma again on our line for Democrats.
Good morning, sir. How you doing?
Just fine. What's on your mind?
There's an old saying, you can judge a man by the company he keeps. The one thing that really scared me about George Bush when he first got into office was the people that was around him. If you look at Dick Cheney and Donald Rumsfeld, people check their history, they go all the way back to the Nixon administration. And they were in the Nixon administration when Nixon was forced to resign. And these two guys, plus other people that Bush has got around with him, have been holdovers all the way. They were young men at that time, and they've been holdovers all the way down to Reagan, George Bush won, and now we're into this mess. And they're experts at lying because what happened during the Nixon administration. I just hope the American people do this. When we look at our next president, I wish the media would look at the people more closely that's around him. Now, when I heard McCain was bringing in people from the Bush administration to be his advisors, I said, okay, here we go again. This thing just keeps going over and over. Same people running the show, different man in the White House, same party, same people running the show in Washington, D.C. Until we as American people start looking at all these people that advises him, we're going to keep on having wars like this.
Thank you very much for your call. There is a note coming out of the White House that the president will make a statement in the Rose Garden a little bit later this morning regarding the situation in Georgia. We will have coverage of that on one of our C-SPAN networks. You can find the details on our website.
What happened in Georgia?
Next up, Denton, Texas, on our line for Democrats.
Hello.
Hello.
Yes, sir. I've been reading the news. We've been talking about dependence on foreign oil, but some scientists have created, I was wondering if you can get somebody on to talk about it, that have created E. coli bacteria that they've genetically changed to actually its output would be actually oil. Have you heard anything about that?
I think I saw a little bit about that yesterday on one of our competing networks. Kind of a fascinating process. Thanks for the call. In the Washington Times, 4 Colorado Republicans in a race to succeed Tancredo. 4 Republicans competed Tuesday for their party's nomination to succeed Republican Representative Tom Tancredo.
This is going back in time a bit, but it's fun to see like these names that maybe you heard back then when you were younger. Now you're following politics much more closely, and it's like, oh my God, I remember that, and oh, look where this person ended up. Like Mark Warner, who's a senator from Virginia now, talked about as some like rising star at the 2008 DNC.
Five-term Colorado congressman whose forceful opposition to illegal immigration vaulted him to national prominence. Primaries were also being held in Nevada, which was deciding nominations for 3 House seats, and in Connecticut, where Democrats selected a nominee to challenge Republican Representative Christopher Shays. In Colorado, the primary race to succeed Mr. Tancredo included Secretary of State Mike Kaufman and 2 state senators, Ted Harvey and Steve Ward. Also in the field was businessman Will Armstrong, son of powerful former Senator Bill Armstrong. Back to the phone, St. Paul, Minnesota. Good morning.
Good morning.
How you doing in St. Paul?
Doing pretty good.
Are you guys ready for the convention?
Yeah, getting ready. I'm going to go see Ron Paul when he comes to Minneapolis at the Target Center.
Okay.
And I'd like to make a couple points. Number one, I agree with Ron Paul that we should stop trying to be the policeman of the world and wasting all our money on that. I think a superpower should have $1 trillion in the bank instead of being $10 trillion in debt. Secondly, on energy, I'm a mechanical engineer from Notre Dame, 1959, and I think we should go strongly for electric cars and put in some nuclear power plants like John McCain says, so that we can get rid of the coal and the oil. Also, I like T. Boone Pickens' idea of wind power to replace the oil and use it on trucks and use natural gas on trucks.
Fort Polk, Louisiana, on our line for Republicans.
Yeah, I have been listening to your program here the last half hour or so, and I hear the same thing that I've heard the past 2 or 3 years, and I hear Democrats saying they're so tired of being called unpatriotic. And, I hear them complain a lot, which is their God-given right and the rights of anybody here in the United States. But I want them to know that the reason they're being called unpatriotic is because they don't have anything good to say, because I had the exact same conversation with a friend of mine that is a Democrat, and he asked me the same thing. Why are we being called this? I said, because complaining is one thing, but you don't ever say in any of your complaints that you're even proud to be an American at all, let alone you can hate the administration. But at least be proud. Then they might not say, yeah, well, he's unpatriotic. But I don't hear him say that. I don't hear him say, at least I'm proud to be an American.
Thanks for your call.
Never said that. Yeller with the 150 bits. Where's Stacey Zolt? I wish.
More about the Democratic convention in Denver. Senator Obama's wife, Michelle, and House Speaker Nancy Pelosi will be the featured first-night speakers at the convention. Wow. Michelle Obama will be introduced by her brother, Craig Robinson, a former basketball star at Princeton and now the coach at Oregon State. On the first night, August 25th, Barack Obama's half-sister will also have a role. Opening night
he wasn't even going to try to pronounce her name.
Will also feature a tribute to Massachusetts Senator Edward Kennedy, who has taped a 5-minute video to air during the party gathering. Kennedy, as you'll recall, suffered a seizure at his Hyannisport, Massachusetts house on May 17th and was diagnosed with a malignant brain tumor. He underwent surgery and recently completed a 6-week course of chemotherapy and radiation.
All right, let's get one more Republican.
Also from the campaign trail in this morning's USA Today, Hagel says no plans to endorse a candidate. The Nebraska Republican and friend of John McCain, who was at Democrat Barack Obama's side during campaign trips overseas, is not going to endorse anyone for president. John Stark, a Hagel spokesman, said Tuesday in a statement to USA Today that Hagel, quote, has no intention of getting involved in any of the campaigns and is not planning to endorse either candidate. Back to the phones and Fort Polk, Louisiana. On our line for Republic.
I was on there, but then I got cut off.
Okay.
But that's okay.
Go ahead.
I wish I could have got through when Mr. West was on. I really enjoy him, and I'm going to buy his book. But I am a mother of a lieutenant colonel who just got back from Iraq in March. And I am so ashamed of this country. I can't believe the people that don't stand behind what our boys do. Mm-hmm. You know, we said when Vietnam War was ended that we would never, ever do what we did during that time. We spit on our soldiers. They had such a hard time. And there's a lot of them from the Vietnam area that believes in what we're doing. And our boys are working so hard for our country, and they just love their country, or they wouldn't be there, because they volunteered for what they do. And I, as a mother, I love my son, and I love all the boys that are doing what they have to do to protect us.
Thanks, ma'am, for your call.
I see Republicans were playing this game back in 2008 as well. Trick this poor lady. I don't remember anybody hating on the soldiers. Nobody, that never happens. I don't know about Vietnam, okay? I don't know, but I don't remember as a Obama Democrat hating on the military, like, you bastards, how could you do this? They're just doing what they're being asked to do. They have no say over any of that. We were mad at George W. Support the troops was the deflection from criticism of the war back then, yeah. This lady's in tears over it, right? Like, just being abused by the Republican and conservative media apparatus. They hate our soldiers. That's why they're doing it. Okay. A little taste of 2008. Always fun to go back in time. Hell yeah. Now, let's go back to modern day C-SPAN. I'm going to go to Open Forum because they were weighing in on crime in the first segment. We've got our favorite host, Megamind.
Washington Journal continues.
Time now for our open forum. Any public policy issue, any political issue that you want to talk about, now's the time to call in. There is plenty of news going on, even though it's a congressional recess. Though I should note, the House and Senate both holding brief pro forma sessions today.
Imreally John.
Female eunuchs, thank you for the resub on Twitch.
Just gaveling in and gaveling back out. We'll continue with you throughout the morning till 10 a.m. as usual here on the Washington Journal. Here's some of the stories you might want to talk about in open forum. The president.
John is a G. We love John. He's a soldier, man. We're going to skip to the calls here.
Also be one you want to talk about. We'll take your calls on any topic. Lines for Democrats, Republicans, and independents. Juanita, Cincinnati, Ohio, you are up first in open forum. Go ahead.
Well, good morning. I wanted to talk to Dr. Besser, and I'm sorry I missed him. One of the things that I wanted to say, because I'm 75 now here in Avondale in Cincinnati, Ohio, we're a few blocks away from Children's Hospital, where Dr. Saban discovered a polio vaccine. And I remember in 1961, when it came out, one of the things that I've always loved my parents for, especially my dad, and the dad on Maple Avenue here, it was a Sunday, and the vaccine was made available because people were scared. You could catch the polio vaccine in municipal pools as well as swimming holes. And Daddy took me and my sister, and there were 5 of us then, and Mom and Dad locked the door. We walked down to South Avondale School, and we all got that tube with the little the polio vaccine in it. Daddy and my parents and parents at the time decided to trust the science, Dr. Salk and Dr. Saban. And what I worry about with this administration, with so many media outlets, people are not listening to the scientists. They're going on their emotions, and that's dangerous. Here at UC, at the College of Medicine, they do have an iron lung on display. So the students, when they come in there, they know what it looks like and what it was supposed to do. But and I had one other thing about the lady who called in from Indiana with the grandkids and nephews. What I would suggest to her, as a retired medical librarian, she needs to go talk to a pediatrician about her grandkids or grandnephews. Talk to a doctor find out exactly what it is. And don't listen to a politician. Trust the science. Thank you.
That's Juanita in Cincinnati. This is Chuck here in D.C. Line for Democrats. Go ahead.
Hey, how y'all out there doing in radio world? If you never seen Wilt Chamberlain or Bill Russell, you will say Michael Jordan is the best basketball player. In retrospect to this shots and stuff and diseases for kids, if you've never seen a kid have rickets or somebody having iron lungs or the measles outbreaks or chicken pox, all of those things back in the 50s were prevalent, and they're not as prevalent now because of shots. And if your history is very short, you have no idea what happened in the past. Matter of fact, in 1919, they had an outbreak of flu where it killed thousands, hundreds of thousands of people. But if you don't understand that, it was almost 100 years before this pandemic took place, and it was a need for something new. And if you're afraid of something, you will have an emotional reaction to it. It's a shot. Look at the science. Look at the numbers. Does it do more good than bad? It's really kind of crazy to me to really listen to people have such an emotional reaction to health care. Look at your history. Look backwards. Don't look forward. Look into what's best for your children. Y'all have a great day.
That's Chuck.
I thought he was calling in just to talk about who's the GOAT in basketball, but turns out he was trying to make a point. Well received, sir. Amen. I think Trump's and these Republicans taking advantage of a lot of that, where people, they don't know how good we got it, right? So they're like, this sucks. This is terrible. And it's like, well, there's a reason why this is in place, and people have never lived without certain things, whether it's agencies in the government or the way we do things, and don't have an appreciation for those things. But I think they will on the other side here when this administration is done.
In D.C., Sophia is in New York City. Up next, go ahead.
Good morning, John.
Good morning, Sophia.
How are you?
Doing well.
Most of the people has been called, has said it exactly what I wanted to say. That's why I didn't call on my 30 days. But this one, John, I had to say it today. Whenever this person that works at C-SPAN comes in, I change the channel. A gentleman calling from he calling from
Sophia, I'm not sure who you're referring to, but what's your concern?
I will mention it at the end, but you have to forgive me. I had to say it. She was in the job 1 month, and this gentleman, 96 years old, called in and say, Mr. Trump's father, Fred Trump, used to wear a white sheet, and she said to him, where did you hear that? Right away, he hung up on her. I throw this remote control to the TV. The whole battery was
Sophia,
over the place.
Bring me to your point. And I will just say that hosting a live call-in show can be tough to do and sometimes hard to fact check on the fly. So if the criticism is about a fellow host, I will just say this is not the easiest job to do on the fly.
Okay, her name is Mimi.
Oh, well, I think Mimi's a great host, and she does a lot of great work for us.
My God, callers, they say to her how pretty she is, and I hope she will listen to this. Thank you.
All right, that's Sophia. This is Nancy in Pennsylvania, Democrat. Go.
Wow. Mimi would never do something bad. I don't believe her. I think that lady missaw.
Go ahead.
Hi, good morning, John. I have a lot of respect for you and your show. And this is deeply personal, and it's in reference to the mental health system in our country. In Pennsylvania, we have a early 988 warning system. I am the ex-wife of a person with a sad diagnosis of bipolar mixed. I tried for 2.5 months notifying his psychiatric team, And now he's done something psychotic. He's been in prison for a month, and they're hands off, totally hands off here, okay? Yeah, and it's a bad prison here in the area that he got put into, and they keep postponing his hearing. I mean, he aggressed on me, okay? I actually had damage to my property after, being a friend beyond his beyond the marriage for 10
Nancy,
years. Being there
I'm sorry about your situation. Are you saying that there should be the red flag laws might be an issue in your state, that there should be better ways to provide a warning?
Exactly. This is a person with a master's degree that had a successful career, and now he's in prison. Okay, and it's a terrible situation. I don't want him out. I just want him to get into a mental health facility, and I'm actually put myself back in counseling because I had a horrible experience when my marriage did. But the bottom line is he's got issues that have not been addressed through his team, and now they're hands off now.
Why is this lady trauma dumping on the C-SPAN phone line?
While he's in prison. He's never had any prison background. Okay, he did horrible stuff here, but he was psychotic. And this is not changing. And we have, 60 to 70% of people with mental health issues in this country? This is not right. Something has to change. And it was a medication that he was taking for sleep, which I kept warning them was pushing him into a manic and then to a psychotic episode. But no one listened. So what I'm saying is it's a very broken system.
Okay,
and luckily nobody was hurt. But the bottom line is, when are they going to start looking at the pharmaceuticals and the psychiatrists and making them accountable? That's my issue here, okay? That's what.
Nancy, thanks for sharing your story. Bob, Florida Republican, go ahead.
Thanks, Nancy.
Hi, good morning. Love your show. So you're talking about, medicine, and I was in Baghdad, Iraq, and many soldiers like myself got the anthrax shot and a cocktail of so many other shots mixed together. And many of us, like myself, had a neurological response to it. And then when we came back from Iraq in 2005, we had to get the booster anthrax, and that attacked my neurological system and that was in 2005. Here I am 21 years later dealing with neurological conditions because of the anthrax and all these other shots. And we need to regroup and look at every vaccine on the market that's coming in from Mexico and everywhere else. And Kennedy needs to get on the ball here. The administration, scientists, biologists, and doctors need to look at every vaccine on Earth and see what it's doing to our children, the elderly. And when you get a concoction of shots, you need to be thoroughly evaluated and have a weekly and monthly blood test. And people are getting shots in the
Bob, how much longer did you stay into the military after you got back from Baghdad in 2005?
Oh, I got out in 2005 because I had medical conditions. And
what have you done in the 21 years since? What do you do now?
Well, I'm retired since 2005, and my son, who's an Army guy, is back in my house going to college, and that's where we're at.
Bob, thanks for sharing your story from Florida. This is Vanna in Massachusetts Independent. It's open forum. Vanna, what's on your mind?
Good morning. I'm calling to ask politicians in the U.S. to create and pass laws that protect farming animals from the cruelty of meatpacking and slaughterhouses, because they don't do much. By not doing much for animals, they make the U.S. look really bad when it comes to animal rights.
Is there a specific piece of legislation that you're advocating for, or you're just saying in general?
In general, because I look at the laws and they don't protect animals in the U.S. as they should, and that sadly makes the U.S. look really bad.
Are you a vegetarian, or do you eat meat?
I'm a vegetarian for many years, and I don't buy nothing that involves animal cruelty if I can avoid. I use things that are not tested on animals. So yeah, I'm not a hypocrite. I really follow what I believe.
When did you become a vegetarian, Vanna?
Oh, like 20 years ago.
And what
many.
What was it that happened back in the early 2000s that made you want to be a vegetarian?
Well, I had a teacher that she asked us to do a paper on suffering of animals, what happened in slaughterhouses. Was an English class, and it was back like in 2001 actually. So so that made me think, because I always was an animal lover, and after that really triggered me to become a vegan. Sometimes I would say I'm a vegetarian because once in a while I do eat cheese, so I'm not really a vegan if I eat cheese, but I'm a vegetarian. And I wish people knew what happens in slaughterhouses, and because it's terrible. The media is not covering that. That's very sad.
Got your point. That's Vanna. This is Kenneth in Arkansas, Democrat. Go ahead.
Yes, I have something real serious to tell, especially Cortez, about running for president. She has no business trying to run for president. America has too big of a race problem. Just look at what happened to Kamala Harris. She could be in there running for something else, but there's no way America will vote for a person of color back in that White House. So I'm going to tell you why. Look back in the prior 60s, the people that's running this country right now, their parents didn't want black folks even sitting in the restaurants or anything. They had black and white. But these kids now, the people that's running this country now, these are the children of those people that didn't want black folks to have the right to vote. They are running this country now. Look at Trump. Fred, his daddy, all of them. No, what happened was Fred and them was in a riot. They were whooping up on folks, and Fred got out of it because he had a judge that got him out of it.
All right, that's Kenneth in Arkansas.
Damn, Kenneth already given up on AOC 2028. Oh, man. All right, let's get one more Republican. Then I got to get out of here. These guys are hilarious.
So there are a couple stories today about Alexandria.
Unk is cooking.
To win the presidency by the time
America
in 2028. That's from today's Washington Post. This is Stacy in McLean, Virginia, Independent. Go ahead.
Good morning, John. Good morning, America. I think the biggest story of the century will be the death of the fourth branch of government. The media has been killed, and they're not even following up on stories on actual documented facts. Like Trump talks about the SAVE Act and rigging elections and stealing elections. When he got prosecuted for that, they had fake electorals who ended up getting fined or arrested or pending an arrest. He's got lawyers that lost their license.
Where do you go for your news? You say media is dead. So where do you go? Who do you trust?
Who do I trust? And the sad thing is, John, is because all these billionaires own these media companies now. So I think the press is limited in what they can say. For example,
this is my favorite question to ask these people. Where do you get your news? So if you've got it all figured out, how do I get on your level? Where do I go?
You talk about Iran and what's going on. I
never got an answer for that. It's just always, they just know what they can't trust, but they don't know where to go to trust.
Iran, their military, they're hitting our military installations, our bases, our supply camps for our troops, while we are committing war crimes for emotional tactics. We fired all of our combat generals because they were born black. Meanwhile,
Stacey, when you say the media is limited, what do you say to the argument that there's more news outlets than there's ever been? And
I wasn't born black. I became black later in life, so I think she does have a point there that people that were born black were removed from the military, but someone like me who became black later in life don't have to worry about that.
There's a whole lot of independent journalists out there. How is that limiting the media?
Because the facts aren't getting out there. They're not challenging the narrative, John. I mean, this is big. I'm talking court documents. I'm not talking about opinions or what I think.
But for all the topics that you bring up, I could probably find you a news website that speaks directly to some of the things that you're talking about. There's
John, this ain't gonna work, John. This is mental health professional needs to get involved, John. Come on.
News websites on the left and the right. Why do you say it's limited?
It's limited because the information is not getting out to the people. The truth is not getting out to the people. For example, they're saying, "Oh, we're not going to have no troops down on the ground in Iran," but yet in April you said an automatic draft for kids, men 18 to 26, to be automatically drafted into the war. As far as Caroline Leavitt quitting her job, she only quit because when they were in Turkey, Iran threatened to kill Trump, so they decided not to go on that plane, and he went on another plane, got carted out in a food cart, and she's pissed that he took Harper and left her and his cabinet in the media. So if the
you think that's the
Iran
reason that
did
she's
get
stepping down?
Huh?
You think she's upset and that's why she's stepping down?
Oh, without a doubt, without a doubt. She just had a baby, you know.
All right, that's.
Wow. Well, she said it's because she wants to spend time with her family. So obviously that's the reason.
Stacey, this is Summer in Jonesboro, Tennessee. Democrat, you're next.
Hi. Thank you for everything you do. Thank you for C-SPAN. I wanted to agree with the lady from Pennsylvania. I don't know if that's her pronouns or not, but she called.
Wow, very respectful.
And talked about mental health. About 2 weeks ago, I went to psychosis. I'm bipolar 2. They got me in my.
I'm bipolar too. Did that other lady reveal that she was bipolar? I don't remember that, but I think she said her husband had mental health issues.
Medicine straightened out, and I came out. I came out in a week and some days, and I was stable, doing good, and everything. No anxiety or nothing. So I'm getting ready to walk out of the place, and
oh, there's bipolar 1 and 2. I've never heard of that. Interesting.
they sit me down in a chair. I worked 5 jobs. I have my own business.
You work you work 5 jobs at once, Summer?
I do. I do. And
well, you see, John, she's got 5 personalities. Ha ha ha. I'm kidding.
What are the 5 jobs that you work?
I'm a massage therapist. So I work at spas. I do mobile. I have my own place. And I still can't afford insurance, but I do have Medicaid. They sat me down and told me I owed $10,000. $10,000 to get me straightened up on the right medication. And, of course, my anxiety came back straight. I can't afford that. I don't know what I'm going to do. But my point is mental health in this country is a money-making deal. They don't care about us. They only care about their money. Insurance only cares about their money. I'm tired of it. And that's really all I have to say.
Wow. This is why I'm a Medicare for All supporter, man. I want to see everyone get the mental health care they need, from more extreme cases like this lady to just regular folks trying to just navigate life, man. Imagine how much our country would grow. We would grow by leaps and bounds if people had access to mental health care, man. It's incredible people achieve anything in this crazy world.
It's Summer in Tennessee. This is Michael out of Boston, Independent. Open forum, what's on your mind?
Oh, I was waiting for a Republican, but I guess there's none calling in. This will be the last one here.
My call. I was listening to Dr. Besser as well as a number of callers mentioning that, we need to listen to the scientists. Being here in Boston, we have some of the greatest universities and research hospitals. There's probably a number of scientists that can name probably 50, off the top of my tongue, that are being censored to this day, such as researchers at MIT like Stephanie.
Michael, you still with us? Michael in Boston, one more time.
Oh.
That's Michael. This is Robert.
Medicare for All won't increase the supply of mental health care. Why wouldn't it? Part of Medicare for All is increasing the supply of doctors and facilities. I mean, you can't just allow tens of millions of people to join the system and not ramp up the practitioners.
In Gaylord, Michigan, Democrat, go ahead.
Gaylord, Michigan, all right.
Hi, yes, I was unable to turn it on when Dr. Besser was on. I only caught the tail end, but I was curious if you could fact check something, which is...
Robert, just that question, can you do it? Hard to do on the fly. Would love to hear your opinion, but you can also Google things just as well as I can.
Ooh!
Well, he may have answered the question before I turned on the television. That's why I was curious. If anybody had asked about when the first Trump administration was in, had they destroyed the pandemic plan that Obama had previously, only because the Ebola thing is growing right now.
And how concerned are you about Ebola and what it could mean if it gets to this country?
Well, I'm not a medical expert, but I think it's pretty obvious. Everybody knows what Ebola is. So it stopped once before, when Dr. Fauci back about 25 years ago or more. But I was curious, the actual fact of was that original pandemic thing just disposed of because Trump didn't care for Obama and we didn't have anything in place when COVID hit?
And Robert, what was your COVID experience in Gaylord, Michigan?
Well, it was actually...
I think John just wanted to say Gaylord there.
I live in a very rural area on a lake, and we had several people of our age, which are all seniors, on the corner here. And actually, we hunkered down. We had meals in our driveways, and we had our pontoon boats and stuff. So actually, we had a pretty good summer by ourselves. Obviously, we didn't see family or anything like that, but we became pretty good friends and supportive of each other. And the environment is, really wonderful up here. People are incredibly supportive. So it was difficult times, obviously, and I've had COVID since then. But the vaccination certainly kept me out of the hospital because I'll be 76 in October. So,
what do you make of President Trump's moves when it comes to childhood vaccines, trying to limit the number, the recommendation going from 11 to 18, and trying to split up, especially the MMR vaccine? Is that something that you've paid much attention to?
Well, as much as I can. Again, I'm not an expert, but certainly I know that the research has been done for decades upon decades. And I believe in sciences. I retired from the University of Michigan, continuing medical education, and I have met doctors from all over the world. And I can guarantee you that these are highly intelligent, moral, ethical people who are researching and doing the best they possibly can for humanity. These are gifted people who care about human beings. I think things are becoming pretty politicized. Everybody can see that. So I think the evidence is there. I don't know why we're arguing about these things yet. I certainly believe that nutrition can be something to be looked at for everybody. But beyond that, that's the only thing. Again, going back to my original question, I was very concerned and curious about the pandemic plans from the COVID era. And I've never got a complete answer on that. So I just thought you might be able to just whip that up quickly, because I thought a question might have been asked by Dr. Besser about that particular issue.
Got your point. That's Robert.
Got your point.
Robert in Michigan. Gail.
I thought John was going to get one more Gaylord in there. Okay. I am out of here, guys. Thank you all for hanging out. I appreciate it. What a fun night. I'll be back tomorrow. Appreciate all the subs. Yeller, thank you for the 1 billion subs. All the super chats. Thank you guys for the memberships, the kick subs, a little bit of everything. Bits. Good shit, guys. You survived another week of the Trump administration. Congrats. Again, thank you guys all for hanging out. I appreciate the support. Everybody chilling. Midterms are fast approaching, 83 days. Hell yeah, let's go. Okay, y'all. Have a wonderful night, everybody. I will see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.